Never. Okay, it's 17:30. Can I call the meeting to order, please? Oh, I don't have all my counselors here yet. Who am I missing? Who's missing? John? Paula? Barry? Okay, John's not going to be there. Who's in the other seat here, though? Oh, Joanna's online, yeah, okay. Gary? Last one, okay.
I think we have everyone now.
We do have everyone now? All right, I'm going to call the meeting to order, and we're going to start our meetings usually with a land acknowledgement, and today Councillor Sullivan is going to read that for us. So over to you, Councillor Sullivan, please.
Can you fill for a moment while I...
No problem. I will say that tonight we're going to have a new national anthem video, which is being performed by St. John High School's choir, directed by Patricia Gallagher. It's hot off the press 2025, so looking forward to that. Melanie's daughter's in it. Excellent. The single redhead in there we're going to all look for. Where's our redhead from the audience?
She's at a concert in Montreal.
Oh, your daughter's there too? Oh, excellent.
She might be watching on YouTube tonight, though.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, we got.
Here is our land acknowledgement. The land on which the city of St. John or Mattaquist is situated is the traditional territory of the Wolastoqiyik. The Wolastoqiyik, along with their indigenous neighbors, the Mi'kmaq and the Pescatomakati, signed peace and friendship treaties with the British Crown in the 1700s that protected their rights to lands and resources. Let's take a moment to pause and reflect.
All right, I'll ask everyone to please stand for the national anthem. Oh, looks good. Very nice and great sound. Okay, I'll just mention quickly before we get started that Councillor, the deputy, is probably still in the air. He's on his way home from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, arriving today, and Councillor Killen, you'll see her coming in on the screen virtually tonight. Okay, City Clerk, next item.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next on the agenda is approval of minutes of May the 12th.
May the 12th minutes. I'll take approval. Councillor Sullivan and Councillor Radwan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next, approval of minutes of May the 20th.
May the 20th minutes. Councillor Darling and Councillor Sullivan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next is approval of the agenda. We have a couple additions from Committee of the Whole, and those would be 17.1, Multipurpose Recreational Facility Interim Funding Agreement, and 17.2, Truth and Reconciliation and Powwow Update.
Take a motion to approve the, agenda. Councillor Darling and Councillor Sullivan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next, disclosures of conflict of interest, if we have any.
Not seeing any. Next item.
Next is approval,
No, go ahead.
okay, approval of the consent agenda.
I have no deputy to send it over to. I just record. Councillor Sullivan, over to you.
Move items 5.1 through 5.5 inclusive, Your Worship.
Take a seconder. Councillor Stewart on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item, City Clerk.
Next item is members' comments.
Members' comments. Councillor Radbon, over to you first.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of announcements to make for Ward 4. Redhead Community Association is doing their Clean and Green. They're having a barbecue on Saturday the 7th from 8:30 until 1 p.m. And the Lattimore Lake Community Center is actually having their first open house. That's going to be starting at 8 o'clock the same day, and it's going until 1 o'clock. I'd like to say a big thank you to Lori Rowe and her board. They're doing a fabulous job out there, just making big changes. So it's wonderful, wonderful to see. And I also wanted to say a special thank you to Professor Jeff Houlihan, who is actually going to be going out to Egypt. And they're going to be going from Egypt, part of Egypt, to the Rafah border as it's called the Global, I forget what it's called. It's a global walking tour. Basically, they're trying to advocate for humanitarian aid into Gaza. As we know, a lot of there's unfortunately a lot of famine right now in Gaza because of lack of aid and medical supplies as well. So I just like to say a very special thank you to him. It's great to see that somebody's going from St. John to represent, and that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sullivan, over to you.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just congratulations and thank you to the Boys and Girls Club. They've had a lot going on in the St. John community for many, many, many years. And about a week and a half ago, they hosted a national convention of Boys and Girls Clubs. And I think, sometimes we forget at how important our local groups are, not just at supporting our local communities, but when they host things like this, how they're supporting our restaurants and hotels and everybody else. So congratulations and thank you to the Boys and Girls Club. And I wasn't sure if we get members' comments tomorrow night, so I'll sneak this one in tonight. I know we all get to spend tomorrow night together. Sorry, dear. Happy anniversary to my lovely wife. Tomorrow will be 30 years that we will mostly have been together when I haven't been here.
Congratulations to you and Colleen. All right, I will mention quickly. There's a lot going on in St. John. You'll have to check the St. John's City's website, and all the councillors have websites, so you can check for what's happening. But I was made aware today that Ken Galbraith died, and he was married to his wife Judith for 59 years. In November of 1980, he joined the City of St. John, and he was the admin assistant to the mayor and council for 23 years here. And that I guess metastasized into becoming the manager of public affairs and protocol as well, and he retired in January of 2003. So I just wanted to send condolences to his wife and to his family. He is at Castle Funeral Home. I believe there'll be visitation tomorrow on the 4th, and the funeral will be on the 5th. And the other person I wanted to mention is little Will McAloon, who was 16 years old and died on May 29th, and his birthday would have been June 9th. He was born in 2008. He has a twin brother, Lucas, and an older sister, Jessie. Mark and Michelle are his parents, McAloon, and his grandparents, Pat, Bill, Greg, and Judy. I wanted to send our congratulations. It's a tragedy to lose a child, and it's a burden that you carry forever, and it's a wound that time does not heal. And so I want to send my condolences to his family. And that's it for me. City Clerk, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. The next item is a proclamation, 7.1 on your agenda, and this is for Philippines Independence Day.
Whereas one of the most significant dates in the Philippines' history is Independence Day because it marks the nation's independence from the Spanish rule on June 12, 1898. Filipinos celebrate it annually on the 12th of June. And whereas every year Filipinos in the Philippines and all over the world celebrate this patriotic event to commemorate the country's freedom from the 300 years of Spanish colonial rule. And whereas June is Filipino Heritage Month in Canada, a month dedicated to highlighting the many contributions Filipino Canadians have made and continue to make to the social, economic, and cultural fabric of communities across our country. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Donna Node Reardon of St. John, do hereby proclaim June 12th, 2025, as Philippines Independence Day in the city of St. John. Next item, City Clerk.
Next would be item 12.1. We'll need to skip the public hearings as they've been advertised for 6:30. So 12.1 is an update by the Chief Administrative Officer on select catalytic projects.
Over to you, CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening. For the catalytic projects update, I'll touch base on 4 projects this evening, starting first with the new public schools. So the Province Anglophone South School District and the city continue planning work for the new South End School, and the North End School construction continues. For the South End School, the tender is closed. The building permit for the new school was issued this past Wednesday with a permit value of $55.4 million, and some minor work has commenced by the province's contractor. And we continue the municipal work, capital work in the area to support the South End School with the reconstruction along Charlotte Street, which is already nearing completion, the Rainbow Park storm sewer work, which is now complete. And for St. James Street, the contractor is planning to mobilize to that location over the next 6 weeks. And finally, Broad Street underground infrastructure work is also continuing. Switching to the affordable housing, we have a total of 6 affordable housing projects currently under construction with municipal support. That makes up 120 new affordable units that are under construction. And in addition, we have 2 housing at New Brunswick projects for a total of 20 units also under construction in the Milledgeville area. And intake on the affordable housing grant remains closed until further notice, and the soft cost grant application remains open, and we're continuing to receive new applications through that program, which provides up to $25,000 per project if the applicant can successfully leverage the RDC pre-construction funding. And on the Rapid Housing Initiative, the Barrack Green residence work continues. The crane is deployed. The basement floor and first floor walls are completed, and the project is still targeting completion in October of this year. And regarding the Housing Accelerator Fund updates, our dashboard is now updated until the end of May, just a few days ago with the latest information. And the Housing Accelerator Fund program updates, the RFP for e-permitting was issued, is scheduled to be issued this week. And the North End Neighborhood Plan, our community plan, phase 1 of the community engagement and visioning is complete. And drafting of the plan and phase 2 of community engagement and visioning has begun. As it relates to the multipurpose rec facility, project work continues to advance, and a little later on the agenda, we'll be seeking to enter an interim funding agreement for that project with the Greater Fieldhouse Inc. to support further due diligence and design work of our multipurpose recreational facility. We also continue to seek support from the federal government on that catalytic project, which will be key to unlocking the opportunity of realizing that new multipurpose facility. And lastly, with respect to the Fundy Key project, the interpretive signage is now installed. So if you're down along Idoli Makahamak in that area, have a look at the new signage. and some deficiency work has been corrected, and there's just some minor deficiency work that remains. And with that, Your Worship, that concludes the verbal update.
Thank you. Councillor Norton, you have a question?
I just had I apologize, Your Worship, coming out of the lineup. I just had a few things I want to mention as it relates to good news items. I was just wondering if I can mention the Canada Games Aquatic Center. I don't think it was mentioned.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
I just did want to mention $25.1 million. It's a very loose estimate. I don't want anybody to write that down. It's kind of a back of the envelope estimate for the Canada Games Aquatic Center for preparation for the 2029 Canada Summer Games. And I know our former general manager for the Aquatic Center is here now on the city corporate side, but I'd be amiss if I didn't mention that much of that good work that is going into that is not only because of the Canada Games Aquatic Center, but because of Amy that's sitting up and behind the folks in the gallery, and some of those key investments that are taking place in no particular order. A competition-ready 50-meter pool upgrade. If you were by the Canada Games Aquatic Center, you would see how many fish are in the sea on a given weekend in there. A warm-up pool enhancements to meet competition standards, fully renovated change rooms, a big yes. New accessible entryway, expanded spectator seating, mechanical and electrical upgrades, and boiler replacement, exterior cladding, energy efficient systems. Samir, wherever you are, thank you. And modernized pool deck and finishes. I can't say it better than most of the members that go there and the visiting public. It's going to extend the life of that recreational gem for another 50 years. So I apologize for getting out of the queue, but an important one nonetheless. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lowe, you got a question over here?
Yeah, it's on the South End School. Like, the mess that was left there was not the city's, it was the provincial. And I talked to Minister Hickey this morning regarding it, but what was done is definitely not done right. We got a dog park there that's now not going to be used because the province put 4 or 5 green barriers up. But I believe that the city, you already taken the swings out. The other 3 objects should be removed because the kids got to crawl over a pile of stuff to get to them. And the dog park is going to be right in where the school is, right? So I think that the 3 objects that are left there that the city owns or the city uses should be removed, and a fence should be put right straight across there that people can't get across it because you get kids there all the time. The splash pads are going to be turned on very shortly. And I think that a dog park should be built in the Atlantic Sugar Refinery site until we get the school built, which is 3 or 4 years from now. But really, I went there at 3 o'clock today, and it's a disaster. And it should be looked after. It wasn't the city's fault. What was left there all week was left there by the province people, and it was the province people there this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, Your Worship, yeah, just I agree with Councillor Lowe in terms of, the staff did reach out, and thanks for bringing it to our attention so that we could reach out to the province quickly and ensure that their contractor was able to respond timely to that. And we are having discussions in terms of the interim state, what stays, what goes, and whether a dog park can remain over the interim years while construction's underway. So we'll take those away. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll take a motion to receive for information on the, thank you, and Councillor Stewart on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item, City Clerk.
Next is item 12.2. It's a staff report, Traffic Safety and Accessibility Improvement Plan 2025.
Commissioner Hugenholtz, over to you for the intro, please.
Yes, good evening, Your Worship, members of council. We do speak very frequently here at this council and at public safety meetings about traffic safety issues and accessibility issues. With us here this evening is Director O'Reilly, who's also our traffic engineer, to present the 2025 plan for improvements to accessibility and traffic safety. With that, I'll turn it over to Director O'Reilly.
Thanks, Commissioner. Your worship, members of council, community continues to receive requests to address road safety concerns in a variety of ways, whether it's to make crosswalks safer, improve accessibility of our network, address trucks and trains and other industrial traffic, or to mitigate speeding. Although community input will continue to be important to us going forward, we are also continuing to transform the way we prioritize and plan individual road safety improvements. We must continue to invest in ways that best improve safety and accessibility that provides more citizens of all abilities the choice to use traditional and active forms of transportation, regardless of the level of resources the community and council can put to these improvements. To achieve this, we must continue to use data, including emerging sources of data, best practices, applicable plans and strategic plans, as well as policies, to develop road safety plans that best reduces community risk. We also need to continue to awareness that additional infrastructure, including infrastructure that improves road safety, requires long-term financial commitments, not just when you first build them. Instead of reacting to community members that contact us about their road safety concerns, we want to continue to be in a position to more often communicate immediately back to the citizen with plans that are already in place to address their concerns. The next few slides, I'm going to talk about a few different topics around road safety. So a trend of increased community concerns about speeding on St. John streets has continued for the last 5 years or so. Common Council has recognized this increased community priority by investing more to address it. We are seeing this focus in our capital road reconstruction plans, such as a focus on road narrowing. Knowing the costs and timelines involved in reconstructing city streets, Common Council did increase funding in 2025 to retrofit more existing city streets with traffic calming elements known as speed cushions, an example of which is shown in the slide. Thanks to this increase in investment, we'll be more than tripling the number of streets to receive installed speed cushions in 2025, with the list of streets planned for this year up on the slide. Although we're continuing to rely heavily on community feedback to identify where these community speeding concerns are, we continue to use the city's traffic calming policy and data to clarify which streets actually have excessive speeding, ultimately warranting the installation of speed cushions. Just as an example, to generate this list of 13, we had to do 29 different speed surveys across the community, so the majority of them actually resulted in not a documented speeding issue. Although the importance of accessible parking spaces on the city streets, especially the central business district, has always been present, this topic has raised focus in the last 4 or so years. Over these last few years, we've worked with the St. John Ability Advisory Committee, Ability New Brunswick, and other stakeholders. As a result of this focus and consultation, several conclusions and next steps have emerged. Using available provincial and national best practices, we've confirmed the city has enough accessible parking spaces within the central business district. Therefore, to borrow the theme from our city's recreation plan, the focus is on quality rather than increasing the quantity of on-street accessible spaces. The challenge is that available accessible parking standards are written for parking lots and parking garages rather than for application on existing city streets. So city staff have worked with experts at Ability New Brunswick, and together we established a few variances from these available standards that will allow us to establish on-street spaces that are deemed truly accessible. Particularly, some grades of city streets, especially when our uptown, are just a reality that we have to face. And in a street setting, those are going to be considered acceptable to a certain degree. Further, we will more consistently place accessible parking spaces near intersections to maximize overall parking spaces and reduce costly infrastructure upgrades. The image on the top right of the slide is what the Canadian Standards Association defines as a proper accessible parallel parking space. The image on the bottom right is a typical street section within our central business district. The plan would be to have all the accessible spaces near intersections, which are shown in blue on both images. We'll use the space directly beside the marked crosswalk, which are typically curb ramps already at intersections for crosswalks, to also double up as the curb ramp that's required for an accessible parking space. We'll also use the area that's between the parking spaces and the crosswalk, which are already defined for no parking, as also the clear zone behind parking spaces. Our Ability Advisory Committee has supported this initiative. With these variances and standards, we're in the process of working with both accessible groups to upgrade at least 5 parking spaces that are truly accessible in 2025, and those have been highlighted within the CAO's work plan for this year. Crosswalks with solar-powered side-mounted flashing lights that are shown on this photograph on this slide continue to be popular 10 years after we started installing them. We've also continued our commitment over the last couple of years that every installation of the style of crosswalk will have audible messaging, so they're considered accessible. There'll be over 10 installations of these accessible signalized crosswalks in 2025 using a combination of capital and operating funds. Locations are identified in the slide, and we have rationale in the report why they were all selected. A number of additional signalized crosswalks or intersections listed on this slide will be upgraded with accessible features as well. As is the case with other accessibility improvement projects, many of these projects are completed in 2025 because our St. John Ability Advisory Committee, which are the voice of council for accessibility, has identified them as a priority. We'll also be upgrading cycling routes in 2025 that aligns with our transportation plan, Move SJ. There'll be protected cycling lanes on Main Street, which we've already talked about before. A combination of hard passage and bike lanes will be installed along a section of Broad Street. We'll be implementing what's called as a road diet on Station Street and City Road. So reduction from 4 lanes down to 3 that will create space available for 2 dedicated bike lanes on both sides of those 2 streets. So this project is important because it's both part of the city's section of the Trans-Canada Trail, which goes coast to coast to coast, and is also an important connection between Harbour Passage and the path to get to Rockwood Park. I will note that despite the loss of vehicle lanes on Main Street, Station Street, and City Road, we've confirmed that motorists will still be provided an acceptable level of service going forward. Long-term, a roundabout will be installed at the intersection of Loch Lomond Road and the airport arterial that also aligns with Move SJ. We know the airport has expansion plans, which will involve the construction of a 4th connection at this intersection. This is leading to discussions between the city and the province to increase the priority of the construction of this roundabout on the provincial highway system. Based on the airport's current expansion timelines, this new access to the airport property will be constructed before the roundabout. To support the airport's expansion plans, we will be converting this intersection into a 4-way stop until the roundabout can be constructed to support that development. This is currently planned for late 2025, but we will again be aligning it with the airport's plans. 2024 was a very successful year for us for different improvement projects, 4 speed cushion projects, crosswalks, and we did do a fairly significant focus on 5 different school zones within the city. And with that, Your Worship, that concludes the presentation. Happy to answer any questions. And it's a receive and file recommendation.
Thank you, Director O'Reilly. We've got a couple of questions. Councillor Sullivan, over to you first.
Thanks, Your Worship. Thanks, Director. Gosh, I really appreciate everything that's going on here. I'm just curious, it's been a while since we've had the discussion around here. Are we investigating doing anything with the use of technology, red light cameras, speeding cameras? Are we doing any investigation towards moving along to using the tech as well?
Yes, we are. So we did have some discussion with Public Safety and Council about this. 2 streams. I guess, first of all, a mayor has sent a letter, and I believe other mayors have as well, about returning traffic fines to municipalities that will help fund technology like that. So that's kind of one branch that's moving in that direction. The other, with advice of the Public Safety Committee and Council, we did successfully get within the Funding Regional Services Commission work plan for 2025, so this year, to actually do, it's a business case per se. It's called a business case, but basically looking at, even absent of that funding stream back for ticket revenues, is there a net community benefit by installing this infrastructure? Say a reduction on the burden of policing resources, as an example. So that project is expected to be completed in 2025 as well. So whether it's that, end result, which we'll study this year, or again, any success at the provincial level, we'll be back to Common Council with further recommendations as to how to proceed with technology.
Excellent. Looking forward to hearing. Thank you.
Councillor Harris, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Tim. We started in 21, the conversation around reducing road sizes and road diets was kind of new in many ways, and it was prioritized. So it's, I know we had talked about it through the Move SJ, but this extra reduction that's going on down on City Road, I think is an important one. Just being in the capital city, seeing how much traffic those three, instead of 4 lanes can still service is pretty surprising to me as well. But my question kind of goes overall. One of the things we started talking about in 21 as well, and I'm curious if we've made progress on it, is having a bit of a list around our accessibility infrastructure, but also our pedestrian access corridors that need those upgrades. Do we have a sense on what the overall deficit is? Having just come from Ottawa and talked to other mayors, councillors, staff from around the country, it does seem to be that there are some strategic ways to kind of leverage different funds from government to try to go after some of those. And it seems to me, anecdotally, that we probably do have a bigger deficit on a per capita basis than some cities that are more freshly developed, newly developed than our, being Canada's oldest city. Yeah. Do we have a sense of that number? Is that a useful tool? Yeah.
Yes, so short answer is yes. So in 2022, we actually did use federal funding through the Direct Transportation Fund to do a cross-city scan of our arterial and collector streets. And we have a prioritized list, and the number escapes me, so I won't put it out there. It's definitely in the millions.
For sure.
In terms of upgrading crosswalks in a strategic and a prioritized way on those busy roads. So we have that. In fact, the list this evening has some of those recommendations came right from that 2022 report.
Okay.
So again, we do it in that strategic way. What's also going to be beneficial is we'd be able to use the very data in which the federal government helped fund to then apply for more funding to actually get the projects done.
Right.
There's one fund right now that's more focused on, I believe it's school zones at the federal level that we're looking into. But again, we're going to be referencing this data, for those funding applications that
Yeah.
are available
Well,
to us.
at least we're talking their language.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah.
And then one more follow-up question. I know I'm out of time here almost, Mayor. This probably goes to CO McGovern. There's been a lot of conversations about the federal government making municipal governments that charge development cost charges whole when they go through some of these revamps. And a lot of cities, bigger cities, not that we do, I know we don't have development cost charges like most cities do, or other cities. But the idea there is that the federal government recognizes municipalities have put those development cost charges on hot housing markets to fund our sidewalk developments and to try to claw back that infrastructure deficit. I know we don't. Is there any sense yet from the federal government that there will be some sort of compensation for the cities that didn't put DCCs on their infrastructure and housing pieces?
Yeah, on that question, I'm not sure, maybe Commissioner Poffenroth can chime in if she has any information. I don't have any information in particular, but we have worked with developers to ensure that they do provide some sort of enhancement or benefit. Just most recently, of course, the Galt Road one, for example, with sidewalk improvements and that sort of thing, where the developer, is embedded as part of a developer's agreement. So we do look for those opportunities and work collaboratively with them, but we don't have like a set parameter in terms of a unit cost or something of that
But even a
nature.
haphazard estimate to say, here's 10 developments, here's what we tend to get out of that would be helpful probably in that argument. So,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Councillor Redbone, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Director O'Reilly. First of all, I just wanted to say a couple thank yous. I know you guys have been working quite closely with the province on the airport arterial. I think that's going to be really great. There's a big list for APS signals on there, and that's really good news. And I will share with council that I did go around the city. We were asked at the Ability Advisory Committee to look for parking spaces from Tim, and one of the residents I went with is blind and uses a seeing eye dog. And it was incredible when APS didn't work at one of the stops. I didn't do anything, and I thought, I wonder, what is she going to do? And it was really challenging. So she actually had to go to another crosswalk to. So this is going to be really, really great for a lot of residents, actually. And of course, uptown parking spaces is great. I'm hoping that we'll push a little closer to 10 than 5, because I think some of them are going to be easy to make accessible. So that's good news from what we could see. And Tim, I wanted to mention that, you know, I know that you're using like some national assessments on whether or not we have enough accessible parking, but we do need to keep in mind that we do have more people on average as persons with disabilities, so we could require more than the average. I wanted to ask you though about Champlain Drive. Champlain Drive, there was conversation at the last meeting that there was some stuff outlined for the speed cushions, and they thought that they were supposed to have them in 2 areas, but there was only 1 area outlined. Can you speak to that at all? I didn't remember the details of our conversation.
Yeah, so the priority, and I've been to a couple of those meetings too, definitely the priority is on the Grandview Avenue side of the circle. There was a crosswalk there coming out on the side streets was a particular concern. So we're doing a stretch between the stop sign at Swanton and the traffic circle on that side. And that'll be the focus for this year in 2025. But we'll do multiple sets along that stretch in order to create the lower speeds.
Well, I know on McNair there was 3. Do you generally do 3 when you're doing these?
We do 3 sets as a minimum, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so that's good. And of course, I'm very happy to see Mountain View Drive as well. The other question that I have, I constantly have a resident, and I know it's not my ward, but McDonald Street and Loch Lomond Road, the crosswalk there, is there any thought about doing anything with it?
In terms of
Just making it a little safer?
something we can look at for sure. I'd have to find out exactly what the particular concern is in terms of a location or what the details are, but
I know there's work orders in, so there's been requests put in, so. And I just wanted to make a point too, that bike lanes, sorry, Mayor, I know I'm just over, but bike lanes are very important, but I just would love for staff to keep in mind that when we're putting bike lanes in, let's not take accessible parking out, because 35% of New Brunswickers may need them. Thank you.
Director O'Reilly, good report. It's nice to see our words translated into actions, because that's part of, that reflects our strategic plan. It reflects Act SJ, it reflects our 2025 initiatives. And so they're all in that plan for us going forward. So it's nice to see that these are our words. This is what we wanted. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, I'll take a motion to receive for information. Councillor Stewart and Councillor Darling on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item, City Clerk.
Next is under general correspondence, item 15.1, and this is a submission, Cystic Fibrosis Awareness Month. It's a request to light up a St. John sign, and we have a recommendation to proceed with requested illumination of the sign.
Can I get a motion to move that request? Councillor Sullivan and Councillor Radwan. On the question, Councillor Radwan.
Just a question, I'm just wondering, CEO McGovern, are we actually able to light the sign? Because I know there's 2 requests in here for that, but I know we've had some challenges with the sign.
Yes, through your worship, Councillor, we are able to illuminate the sign.
Okay.
That's not a problem. We will be developing a process with this, just because we seem to be getting more and more requests.
Yeah.
So.
It's great.
Okay, on the motion, on the question, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item, City Clerk.
Next is item 15.2. This is a submission with respect to National Drowning Prevention Week, and it's a request for proclamation and as well as to light up City Hall. And the staff recommendation is to approve the proclamation request and refer to CAO regarding the illumination.
Take a motion for that. Councillor Harris. Councillor Radwan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next is 15.3, And this is a submission by E. Gibson with respect to urgent action needed to address senior health and safety concerns in St. John. And we have a recommendation to refer this matter to the CAO.
Take a motion for that. Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Darling on the question, Councillor Redwan.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. CAO McGovern, any thoughts on this letter at all? Mr. Gibson's been in close contact with me. There's been a lot of issues with deer being fed in his area, but our bylaw, we don't tend to it's difficult to act on because you don't know who's feeding deer, right? So,
CAO,
And we
Over
have
to you.
looked into this, just understanding the report was on this evening, and there's a low number of complaints that we get and concerns. So it hasn't been something that has been a big demand. This is a one-off in terms of this case, so we will respond to it.
okay.
But you're right, we don't have, the intense resources to focus on this, but it isn't a big issue anyway, so
Yeah.
we feel that we can take this on and respond accordingly with the bylaw that we have.
Okay, that's great. And I mean, I wish people would just stop feeding wild animals. They need to be able to seek food themselves. And people don't need to get sick from it, so.
okay, so the motion's on the floor on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item, City Clerk.
Next are the items that came from Committee of the Whole closed. The first one would be 17.1. This is multipurpose recreation facility interim funding agreement. And there's a proposed resolution for that. And it reads as follows, that the city enter into an interim funding agreement with Greater St. John Fieldhouse, Inc., generally in the form as presented to Committee of the Whole at its meeting held on June 2nd, 2025, to support further due diligence and design work for the multi-purpose recreation facility project, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the said agreement and any other documents ancillary thereto.
I'll take a motion on that, please. Councillor Darling and Councillor Harris on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
And next is a recommendation with respect to Truth and Reconciliation Powwow update. And the resolution would read that the city endorse the hosting of a one-day powwow in 2025 in St. John and enter into a service agreement with Double Curve Media, generally in the form as presented to Committee of the Whole at its meeting held on June 2nd, 2025, for the planning of the powwow, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the said agreement and any documents ancillary thereto.
Take a motion for this one. Councillor Darling, Councillor Redwan, Councillor Harris, you have a question?
On this, Your Worship, and congratulations to the local team that pulled this off last year and to everyone at the city that participated in getting this done. It was a big deal for the city, and we're now off to a second year, so we're on the way to a sustaining success here. And it's always interested me that St. John has such a long history of Indigenous relationships and realities, but we also have quite a large urban off-res Indigenous population here. So I know a number of people have messaged me about more activities and things leading to potentially like a friendship center like we've seen in Fredericton. So this is all part of that, of getting to that part of the game. And I know it's been a big lift for a lot of the local Indigenous folks who didn't have a lot of cultural expression in our city before. So congratulations, and happy to support this one. Yeah.
All right, sounds good. So I will call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Councillor Lowe, can I get a motion for a recess from you?
It's not an adjournment, all right? Just a break?
Not adjournment, no. You wish, but no.
We'll have a little break until 6:30. Thank you.
Do I need a seconder? Councillor Redwan. All right, all in favor? Perfect. So we'll meet back here for 6:30.
It might go less.
Yacht Club.
Okay, I'm just waiting for Counselor Norton is the only one we're waiting for. I got Counselor Killen online. The deputy isn't here this evening. He's on his way back from Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Okay, yeah, just check for it, see if he's out back there. Anyone?
Yes, that is it. That's here, active, just mute camera off. I don't know if he's muted or not now, but yeah, maybe he is muted.
Okay.
I just don't know if it should be up there until it's his turn to speak.
Yeah, I don't know what's the scoop on that. Well, I suppose he could be here. Yeah. Yeah. See the first one? Okay. All right. Okay, I've got everyone here, so I'm just going to call the meeting back to order, please. And City Clerk, over to you for the next item.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's now 6:30 and the public hearings can now begin. So the first item on public hearings is 9.1, and this item is for proposed zoning bylaw amendment and text amendment. It has a Planning Advisory Committee report and a staff presentation for a property at 228 Germain Street.
Okay. Oh, this one's going over to Commissioner Poffenroth for the introduction, please.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. This evening's first public hearing is for a rezoning that was submitted by Bruce Wilkin, Inc. for a property located at 228 Germain Street. The rezoning would enable the conversion of a former place of worship into a mixed-use development. In addition, text amendments are proposed to add select commercial uses to the urban center residential zone. The application has been evaluated by staff and the Planning Advisory Committee, and included in your package is the recommendation to rezone the property. I'll now turn it over to Thomas Llewellyn. He's the planner on the file for the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. Again, as noted, the applicant is seeking to rezone the subject property to allow for mixed-use residential and light commercial uses. To achieve this, staff have amended the urban center residential zone to allow for light commercial uses and are adding the subject property to Schedule E to allow for continued community uses if desired. Subject property is located on the corner of Germain Street and Queen Street in the Uptown. The site is also located within Trinity Royal Heritage Conservation Area, the parking exemption area, and an intensification area, and also contains a former place of worship with an auditorium addition. Since the church closed, it has been used for offices and community spaces by nonprofits, artists, and community groups, and the surrounding area is mainly residential with commercial uses on Charlotte Street and is close to Queen Square and the new Central Peninsula School. It's a picture of the building in question. The site falls within the medium to high density designation, which supports higher density housing such as apartments, condos, and townhomes. Compatible non-residential uses like parks, community facilities, retail, and home occupations are also permitted. The proposed rezoning from neighborhood community facility to the urban center residential zone with supporting text amendments aligns with the municipal plan's intent to support diverse and integrated land use. Proposed rezoning would support the conversion of a former church into a potentially mixed residential, commercial, and community use site, aligning with policy CF 39. And the rezoning and RC zone text amendment would allow for mixed-use development, specifically supporting the proposed uses of residences, offices, and community-oriented uses. Site is currently zoned neighborhood community facility, along with community uses, which permits things such as schools, arenas, and recreation centers. Surrounding area is primarily urban center residential, RC zone supporting various residential forms with a focus on higher density housing. There are nearby commercial zones, including the mixed commercial and local commercial zones along Charlotte, Duke, and Queen Street. The area also includes Queen Square, which is zoned park, and integrated development zone, which is planned for mixed-use commercial ground floor and residential above on Queen Square North. proposed amendment to the RC zone and introduces a targeted expansion of permitted uses to include light, ground floor, commercial activities. This aligns with the urban center residential zone with the city's mid-rise and high-rise residential zones, which already permit similar mixed-use opportunities. By allowing uses such as cafes, personal services, and art studios subject to key conditions, these changes promote walkable, complete neighborhoods without compromising the residential character of the neighborhood. The commercial uses will be restricted to the ground floor, must face the street, and are capped at 50% of the building's gross floor area to ensure that residential development remains the primary use within the urban center residential zone. These changes directly support policy goals from both the municipal plan and the Central Peninsula Secondary Plan by encouraging adaptive reuse, supporting intensification, and fostering neighborhood vibrancy. Affecting the city's urban neighborhoods, this amendment enhances the RC zone's flexibility and responsiveness to community needs, allowing for more dynamic and inclusive urban development. While the amended RC zone would allow for the integration of light commercial uses, as previously discussed, in order to provide an ongoing ability to house community uses, the subject property will be added to Schedule E, which is the exceptions list within the zoning bylaw. This would permit the subject property to also include community uses within the RC zone if desired. Letters were mailed out to property owners within 100 meters of the subject site on May 7th, 2025. No letters were received as a presentation. The public notice was posted on the city's website as of May 8th, 2025, and the public hearing is today. Staff recommending that Common Council adopt bylaw number CP 111198, which would amend the RC zone to allow for light commercial uses such as cafes, personal services, and art studios, subject to conditions which would limit their overall size and location within the building. Staff are also recommending that Common Council adopt bylaw CP 111194, which would rezone the subject property from neighborhood community facility to the urban center residential zone and add it to the exceptions list of Schedule E within the zoning bylaw, which would allow for the continued operation of community uses within the urban center residential zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm now going to open the public hearing, and I am going to call for people who would like to speak against this application first. Yeah, get you to come up and give us your name and your address, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Worship, councilors, and fellow citizens. My name is Chuck Teed, and I was the executive director of Interaction School of Performing Arts from April 2019 to August of 2023. When I resigned from my position in August 2023, the organization had approximately $132,000 in the bank, a total which can be confirmed by a quick visit to the Canada Revenue Agency website. Somehow, within a year of my departure, the organization drained its entire bank account and found itself facing insurmountable debts. The board was somehow caught off guard by this revelation and decided to sell its building to 28 Germain Street to cover the shortfall. I can't tell you how this organization fell apart in such a short period of time, but Dan Wilkins should know. Dan is current owner's Bruce Wilkins' brother, and he was on Interaction's board when it voted to sell the building to Bruce for $150,000. Approximately 25% of its assessed value at time of sale, 33% of its 2013 purchase price. And I will get to my point.
No, I'm not asking for
Okay,
that. What I'm going to say is that we're trying to want to hear arguments for land use. So like that history.
Yes, and I'm coming to that, and everything's prepared.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I apologize. I just going to go through quickly. I will continue to move. So unfortunately, we haven't heard much from the board about why it was sold, and Dan hasn't disclosed any information. And I'm assuming he's just not much of a conversationalist. So I just want to disclose some of the building's history and its usage over the last 14 years because it seems to have been glossed over in the application for rezoning. So Interaction School of Performing Arts moved into the building in 2011 and officially took possession of the building in 2013. The building was owned in full within 2 years thanks to grassroots funding by community members and a sizable donation from the church congregation in 2015. They did this because they believed in the organization's mandate and wanted to see the building's continued use as a community space. The building was owned by Interaction, but it was shared with the entire community. It hosted concerts, dance recitals, theater productions, workshops, rehearsals, conference sessions for hundreds of local, regional, national, and international artists. It was a wedding venue, a polling station, a reception hall, and was recognized by the community, even winning the 2016 Music New Brunswick Award for Best Venue. Our residents not only supported this location as a community space through its continued use, but it was also through sizable financial donations. The province of New Brunswick, over the last 14 years, granted over $180,000 to the building through interaction for improvements, including $60,000 from Cultural Spaces Program in 2022 for roof, electrical, and lighting repairs. The organization also received tens of thousands of dollars from the City of St. John to offset repair costs, including a $7,500 heritage grant as recently as May 2023. These totals do not include the tens of thousands of dollars donated by community members and the countless hours volunteers spent making the space a home for creativity and the arts. The board officially recognized the importance of this building to our community in 2022 in its strategic plan, developed in consultation with the St. John Community Foundation and supported financially by the Post-Secondary Training and Labor. The response to this plan was immediate, as there was and continues to be a need for affordable spaces for creative and cultural groups in the city. Organizations started requesting spaces before our strategic plan was even complete, and by 2023, the building was full of tenants, including ArtsLink, Chroma, Monopolized Records, Creative Counseling Services New Brunswick, and Naomi Peters Photography. In fact, there was so much community demand that I was asked, as the executive director, to put procedures in place to ensure Interaction wasn't rented out of its own building. This was a creative and thriving hub in our city with a bright future.
But Chuck, I got to just stop you again.
Yes.
We want to hear arguments of why residential shouldn't go in there, I guess. You
Okay.
know, and
And-
I get the history. I know it's emotional and I know you're part of Interactions and all that. But like all of that is not part of what like this team.
I understand that as well. I also understand that context is important, and I just want to give some backstory because I don't feel the application fairly represented its actual use. So that's why I'm getting to that. So I apologize. So I guess my point is that the community did not get an adequate chance to weigh in on its future until very recently. It was sold quietly, it was sold quickly and privately, despite the fact it should have fetched a higher great price on open market. And I feel like the community would have stepped in to save the building had they had any inclination that it was going up for sale. ArtsLink had in its own strategic plan the need for a cultural space in this community, and they were not consulted with this. The community members of Interaction were not consulted until it was too late. This building was already sold, and the sale price to me justifies that it should have stayed as a community space because it did not do anything to serve the needs of Interaction, who were still struggling under the burden of the former board. I do understand that the city is in need of housing. The zoning application on paper fills in some need for affordable housing in its uptown core. I can also understand without the full scope of the building's use and history, how planning and staff would approve the application. But the plan also addresses the needs for arts, culture, leisure, and entertainment in the uptown core, promotes uptown as a vibrant urban center, and an ideal location for families and older adults, students, and young professionals. 228 Germain Street served all of these purposes for the community for the last 14 years, and it wasn't until people started receiving notices to vacate that it stopped being that for the community.
Okay, Chuck, now I got to ask you a question. I got you at
Okay,
5,
appreciate it.
almost 6 minutes.
Yep.
And I do have some people that have questions for you. Do you want to
Absolutely.
continue on that, or do you want to take a few
No,
questions?
I'm pretty much close to
I'm
the
going to cut
end.
you off at 10.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I'm good. What would you like to ask?
It's up to you. Do you want to,
Okay.
like within
Okay,
your 10
Brent, yeah,
minutes, do you want to take, Councillor Harris, over to you.
Help me understand.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chuck, for being here. And I mean, there's nobody who can question your commitment to this building, but not just the building, the organization, the kids, the teens behind it. Phenomenal. My kids went there for summer camp, and I want to make sure I capture your concerns.
Yeah.
Because although there is the land use sort of regulatory framework we're trying to apply
Yeah.
and be strategic about that, it does concern me if there were good faith gestures and investments by other levels of government that may prove to encumber or pose this development as at risk legally later. And so when you're talking about the different levels of investment that went into the building for its intended uses and purposes over the years, can you go back and reflect that? Because you did a pretty good job of an exhaustive list on which grant went where, whose government investment went where, and sometimes those have binding agreements to them. And I'm curious, is there information that you're aware of that would suggest there's?
I wouldn't have it on my person,
No,
but it
sure.
would be able to be looked up at a provincial level.
Can you give me just the list that you gave?
Counselor, you can get that from, I don't know if that really is going to impact our decision. 'cause whether
That's
it's-
fair.
Well,
okay,
it'll
well,
impact my decision if I think it's going to expose the city to some risk.
Oh,
I mean, if
I
we,
wouldn't
if we
think it
have,
would
if we have an
expose us.
application
It's
here
not
that's
gonna
not in good standing,
Well,
that
yeah.
has legal risk to it because of encumbrances on agreements, that would be concerning to us.
Well, we're just going to rezone it, though. We're not doing anything other than that. Would we, if we're going to rezone it, that would be all we'd be doing, I would think.
But if
so-
the intended use of the land changes, as we're suggesting it should, that does come with changes to the scope of potential on that site that funding applications may exist on. I know for me, when I run a nonprofit, I can't just turn around and take that money and take agreement from different sources of government and then say, I'm going to change the use if I've committed to something for 3 or 5 years.
No, but it's been sold by the board, so that's the difference, I guess.
But that's something that's also being called into question here. So I mean, I know this is going to be a question I have for you.
Okay, I'm
General
going to send it
Counsel,
over to the
but-
CAO. I just have 2 other people that I'd like to get the questions in quickly as well. Go ahead.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, Your Worship, I don't think that's something that council needs to consider. I think that's really due diligence of the buyer in terms of informing themselves. So I'd just leave it at that.
Okay. Councillor Redwan, can I get a quick question from you? And then I want to go to Councillor Sullivan before
Yes,
we,
absolutely.
we're
Thank
already
you.
at 9 minutes.
Through you, Mayor, to Mr. T, just wondering, from a land use perspective, I want to get your opinion. So considering what the buyer is now wanting to do with it compared to what it was, I'd like you to, give me your opinion on the change of use with the property and any thoughts on impact to the community.
Well, hundreds of people were using that space every week, and so children were going there for their theater classes, their music classes, all these things. They were spending their time uptown, going to coffee shops, buying stuff, going to the farmer's market on weekends. With that being out of the equation, out of the equation for all the other organizations that were in there, that's going to impact the uptown. And also, further to that, all the organizations are now going to have to look for new spaces. And the people that were looking for those spaces, apologies if my mouth is dry from doing this, they were all organizations that are either marginalized or in lower income brackets. So this has had a devastating effect on the community, and some of these people are going to struggle to find their footing because of this rezoning.
So you think that is more important than housing right now?
I think that, like I said, I can appreciate that there is a need for housing,
Sure.
but if you're taking people that had jobs and they are getting notices to vacate and then they have to find new jobs or new places to do their work, they're losing income, and that impacts housing as well,
Absolutely, that's a
and the
risk.
vibrancy of our city.
Thank you. Hold on.
Thank
One more
you.
question. Councillor Sullivan?
Thanks, Your Worship. Chuck,
Thank you. Thank you.
are you currently on the board?
I am not. I am a school teacher, and I have no stake in this. I
Oh,
just
no,
am concerned.
Just to be fair, I want to clarify that. Second question, to your knowledge, is Interaction leaving the space voluntarily?
I can't answer that. I have not seen. I know other organizations were given notices to vacate. I have seen those with my own 2 eyes. I would have to ask I know that they are relocating. I don't think, anybody was happy about relocating. Like I said, the staff and the people that remain, none of those board members that voted for that currently remain on the board. So, this has been devastating for that organization.
Okay,
I will
thank
just
you.
say that much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's it for us then. Thanks, Chuck, for being here
Yeah,
tonight.
no, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Okay, I'll ask if there's anyone else who would like to speak against the application for 228 Germain. I'll ask for the third time or second time. If there's anyone here who would like to speak against 228 Germain Street application? And I'll ask for the third time if there's anyone who would like to speak against the application. If not, I'll ask if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the application. Anyone here who would like to speak? Okay. In favor of the application? Yeah. Here. How can we let the applicant know it's time for him to speak? He wants to speak. He's on the screen up there, I think, isn't he? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll get you to come to the microphone. Give us your name and your address for the record.
Carl Tricky. I own Mahogany Manor Bed and Breakfast, which is at 220 Germain Street, which is directly beside 228 Germain Street. I'm not certain that I'm speaking for or against this, but, you know, I've spent a lot of time reviewing the documents that have been circulated. I completely respect that we have a serious housing issue in St. John, and I see that this would address things by providing 15 units. When I look at the schematics of it, though, I think to myself, Carl, would you move in there? No. Because there's windows at one end, and then there's no windows anywhere else. And I'm a big natural light person, and if you've ever been into Mahogany Manor, you know we're big natural light people. So that concerns me. The other thing that concerns me is that I've not seen any indication. I mean, I respect that the rezoning will allow there to be commercial, and that commercial has very specific jurisdiction to it. However, I don't see in any of the schematics that I've looked at where exactly that is and what it entails. And I mean, I've seen the specifics of, you know, that it can't be more than a certain percentage of the space in that. And it seems to be that it would be where the entrance is to the sanctuary, that those would be. But I've not seen any sort of definition of what that is. And I'm not necessarily saying that I need to see where the walls are going up or whatever, but I would like to have a better indication of what that means. It's been interesting talking to some of my neighbors that they're not happy. And that concerns me, that they want to see housing, but they want to have a better understanding of what does that housing mean. You know, are we providing mixed housing? Are we providing condominiums? Are we providing, what does housing mean? We've seen that there's 15 suites that are there. And you know, that does, but they're one-bedroom suites, and, you know, which doesn't provide a whole lot of added resource to things. So, you know, are we providing subsidized housing units? And if so, what sort of avenue is to that? The other thing that I've had conversation with persons who are on the PAC, and one of the things is that was said to me, and I have no knowledge of whether this is true or not, but I'm just going to say it, and maybe someone can clarify that for me, that it really makes no difference what we see in the schematics. It's not until the building permit is issued that we actually know how it's being constructed in there. And so does that mean we might actually have 8 3-bedroom units? You know, another concern that I have is parking. You know, if we're going to add 15 units to that space, and I see that there's a defined patio space, and certainly if I was going to be renting into a facility, I would want to make certain that I have some sense of green space that's there. But, you know, we also have very limited parking in the area. The other thing that, and this may seem very off the wall about it, but what I want is that regardless of what goes in there, that there has to be a sense of community between the two groups. For the last, all the years that the Interaction School of the Performing Arts was there, we had a very good relationship with them. And then suddenly when some of the management of that changed, suddenly things went down rapidly and caused significant concern to me as a person who likes people and to my business, which has to operate next door to it. So I would hope that regardless of how this moves forward, that there would be a sense of collegiality between myself and the business next door so that we can work together to make our community thrive and not under the scope of threat. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carl. Thanks for being here. I don't see any questions. We're good. I'll ask again if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the application. Mr. Wilkins, are you on the line? Or are you coming in virtually? And did you want to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am virtual.
Did you want, yes, did you want to speak in favor of your application? Did you want to?
I can have, first of all, I can make a few comments about Interaction and Chroma. They were tenants in the building. So I bought the building in October of 2024, and currently both those groups were tenants. I gave them free rent until June 30th. We had rental agreements till June 30th, 2025, at which time they're soon to expire now. So the Chroma did pay some rent as part of their agreement with Interaction. But both Interaction and Chroma have decided to leave. They've made that decision on their own. It wasn't, I had offered other space in the building to both groups if they wanted to carry on. But because of the financial condition that Interaction was in, I don't think they were able to continue in the sanctuary part of the building, partly because of the cost of heating, and they weren't paying rent. So if it came to pass that they had to pay rent plus utilities, probably because of their financial condition, they wouldn't be able to continue. But that's all I have to offer about my arrangements with Chroma and Interaction. So at the Planning Commission meeting, I did present a number of slides that showed our vision for the building and how we would convert it to housing. I know there was a mention of how there'd be no windows, but currently we have an application to the Heritage Committee to add windows and dormers to the sanctuary building so that it could be converted to housing. The Institute building, which is the building that's on the left, that was the one that was built in the late 1800s. It's vacant, and the sanctuary now has Chroma and Interaction in it, and both those groups are leaving at the end of the month. But when you think about that large sanctuary building that's 5,000 square feet with no windows, it doesn't make sense that it's going to be a viable building into the future. So that's why our vision for both buildings are for housing. And it's not 14 units, it's actually 25. So the building on the left that you see now is what they call the Institute. That's the original building from the early 1800s. The very original church in the early 1800s burnt down. So there was the Institute you see on the left, and the building on the right was not there. There was another Gothic-style church that was torn down in the 1960s. And what you see on the right is a modern building that was built by the Baptist Church in the late 1960s. So, if Thomas can change, yeah. So we have floor plans proposed for the Institute building, which is the building on the left, and that would be 14 suites. There'd be a variety of suites from bachelors to one bedrooms. And then on the sanctuary side, we have a range of suites from bachelors to one bedroom to two bedrooms. Thomas, if you just go a bit forward, you can see okay, so there's the proposal for the sanctuary building. That's a site plan of the building and the layout of suites for the main floor. And you can see in front of you is the application was made to the Heritage Committee to add windows and dormers to this sanctuary building, which I think gives it quite a bit of character because the building is very impenetrable right now. There's no windows, you can't see in, you can't see out. So I think with the addition of windows and suites in the building, they actually be quite charming because you can see light coming from the inside out and daylight coming from the outside into the building. I think there might be one more slide. Yeah, so there's just this, elevations of what that building would look like. Again, this is all conceptual, but the first brick in this application is rezoning it to allow for housing. Now, in the zone, we have asked to allow for housing, some commercial use, and also for community use. And the reason that I asked for community use was in the event that Chroma and Interaction were to stay, then they would be zoned to be able to stay in that building if that was the case. It appears that's not the case. That's all I have to add. Just thank you for Thomas and his group for putting together such a great report. I can answer any questions that you might have. Oh, there's a last slide there which shows the interior of the sanctuary there. So you can see the volume of space with no windows. So the idea is to add windows and dormers to that building. And rather than tear that building down and put up something different, we can use the volume of space inside that building to create suites, which I think would be a really innovative use of the building. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a couple of questions here for you. Councillor Harris, you're up first for questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to commend the initiative to save the building. I mean, being involved with a couple of those myself right now, it's something that not a lot of people want to put in the time and effort to do. So that absolutely is commendable, and the work and the design that you've done so far is really integrative, which is fantastic to see. However, I'm also looking at an article here, and I know that Wayne Dreyer was the last minister at Germain Street Baptist. When it was still functional in 2011 before it was sold to Interaction. My understanding was because of the performing arts sort of designation of Interaction and intended use, that there was sort of an expectation, and I don't know what the legal arrangement would have been, but there would have been an expectation at point of sale that it would have continued in some of that use. Now, I understand there's a community space component to what you're talking about, but have you investigated that? How does that play in now, if it does? Because like I said, I know I've talked to Wayne about this before, and it did seem like there was this expectation at point of sale.
That wasn't part of my discussions with the director of Interaction, but
if there was an encumbrance on the sale originally, it would still apply.
There was nothing on the title. There was nothing on the title that would have prevented me to purchase the building, and it was clear of those kinds of encumbrances at the time. And there was never any discussion about Interaction continuing, although we offered Interaction free rent until June 30th this month.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Radwan?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Mr. Wilkins, I have a couple of questions. First, I'm wondering how many on-site parking spaces do you have there?
I believe there is 9 spaces, but under the RC zoning, there is no requirement for parking.
Yeah, and you're going to do 25 units, and then part of the space can be used for bakery, retail, convenience. You could have a lot of people stopping into that space if you rent it out for that.
My vision for the building is not to have, we included commercial just in case there was an office space or there was a lawyer or a doctor or accountant or something like that, because there was a little bit of dead space inside the building that we could have accommodated in an office. But I don't really see that as an appropriate use, like a convenience store or bakery, that sort of thing. I think it's better suited to housing.
Okay. The only other question I had was during the PAC meeting, Alshaima had asked a question, and I don't think that she got an answer, and I was curious about it. I don't think that she was it came off that she was asking about fire regulations, but I think she was actually wondering about the area that doesn't have windows up top, if there's any use for it. Is there anything that you can do with the space that does not have windows that you, I think, can't put windows in?
Well, if you go back a couple of slides, you can see that we've put windows into the whole building. Okay. So there's some stacked dormers. The whole main floor we've added windows to, and then we've stacked some dormers onto I call it the Pizza Hut roof because it's like a pyramid. But we'll put dormers into that roof that would allow all suites to have egress and light.
So that must be the area that you're thinking maybe for office space, I assume then.
The only place that would be office space would be on the main floor. We just have a dead space in the middle of the sanctuary that it could be added to a suite, but it didn't seem to make sense to us. So we thought it could be like an office administration building or a small office for somebody.
Will you have amenity space in there for your tenants?
The basement is not, we haven't allocated what to do. It's quite a 4,000 square feet of basement with high ceilings. So I thought that could be storage, could be laundry, something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's it for questions, I think, from my team right now. Mr. Wilkins, thank you for being here this evening. Is
Thank
there
you.
anyone left who would like to speak in favor of the application? Okay, so if there's no one else left to speak in favor of the application, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'll ask my team if you have any questions for staff. Councillor Harris, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question to General Counsel. I don't know how much we can know about this, but in your experience, what is the chance that an encumbrance that exists from a former funding source that was promised for the prior use and the prior situation of this building might come to bear after a rezoning like this? Because I am a little bit concerned about that exposure for the city. But I don't know how much experience you might have delving into that, or if you can comment. Just curious.
Thank you, Councillor. What I'll offer is that if council is looking for legal advice, if members of council are looking for legal advice, I will ask that you vote on a recess so we can go into close, so I can
Sure.
provide that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be in the city's interest for me to offer that in open session. But I will say that title work is something as between a vendor and a purchaser. And as the CAO already mentioned, anything pertaining to title would be as between them during their due diligence, and they would know. And I don't want to say any
Yeah,
more
no,
than
I
that.
understand the tricky spot you're in because you give advice to council, not to proponents and other things. And I guess it's unfortunate that there is no one here from Interaction because, you know, something like a funding source commitment that could expose that organization too for this type of sale could mean a clawback in funding. And they're not here to comment on that, and that's disappointing to see. Anyway, it makes this tricky for me, so I appreciate what you can offer.
Okay, anyone have any other comments? Councillor Redwan, you have a comment?
Through you to Thomas, actually, I'm just wondering, can you speak, I'm trying to think, so the parking, I think the parking minimum's 0.5, isn't it, for the residences in this area? It doesn't seem like it's enough parking. I mean, is the on-street, does that get included? How does that work? Help.
You need the mic on.
Sorry.
There you go.
So it is actually within the parking exemption area.
Okay.
So there technically isn't a requirement to provide any parking.
And there's no requirement for the business part of it. Like, the problem when you think about office space, you don't know, is it a service-based office? You could have quite a bit of traffic in there if there's a lot
Right.
of space. Do you know how big the area is for the potential office space? Is it
Not
big?
off the top of my head, no.
Is it big?
No, from what I understand, it's a very insignificant size compared to the rest of the building. It really would be a single person office from my understanding of what the applicant has described to me. It wouldn't be multiple people.
I'm trying to think, like, I've gone to the beautiful Mahogany Manor, and is there a parking lot close by? Because I think it's a little challenging, the parking on the street.
There is close to Queen's Square.
Okay. Yeah.
But otherwise, not to my knowledge, other than down by Water Street.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lowe, over to you next.
Can somebody tell me, are we just here to rezone it, period?
We are.
I'll move the rezoning.
Thank you. Okay, so City Clerk? Yep. I'm just going to get him to read the, so that we can have the right motion on the floor first.
So for this item, Your Worship, there are two separate zoning bylaw amendments, so we need 4 motions in total to give first and second reading to each of the zoning bylaw amendments.
Okay, so Councillor Lowe approving first reading by title. Do I have a seconder on that? Councillor Stewart. Okay, I'll go back to questions. Councillor Norton, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to CAO, it's a bit of a copy of what Councillor Harris has already said, but I'm just wondering through you to the solicitor I'm trying to read beyond the lines here, I guess, would it be your recommendation that council hear more from you prior to making an informed decision, or are you leaving that? I'm not asking for you to give us legal advice. What I'm asking is it in your opinion that perhaps we should hear more from you before making an informed decision?
I was not implying that, Councillor.
Okay, there. I just thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that.
Councillor Sullivan?
Thanks, Your Worship. Interesting, actually, discussion, even though not a lot of folks. I'm going to vote against, and here's why. The Institute, like the building that's the Institute, makes sense to me that it be housing. It looks like housing, it's a bunch of stairs, it's not very accessible. Like the church part itself, even though they have moved out or are in the process of moving out, we don't have a lot of space uptown for organizations like that. And I often like to brag about Uptown St. John being such an arts hub, especially our theater. Around the corner, you've got St. John Theater Company on Princess. We've got the gorgeous Imperial Theater. We've got the new project that's going to be on King Square. And I always thought of youth theater or dance kind of it being part of that continuum. And just in the discussion tonight, and I know it's land use, and with regards to land use, from a youth support and theater arts side of things, would we change, and I guess we have, but would I do it again, change the zoning on a rink to turn it into housing uptown for sports or close a gym? And so for me on this application as a whole, I can understand the Institute side, but it doesn't make sense to close down an arts and cultural space uptown. Thanks.
Okay, I have Councillor Radwan and Harris who have both spoken probably more than once at least. And so I'm going to jump in here. I'll give you both one more short crack at this. I am also a neighbor of this facility. I'm on the same block as Carl Trickey is. And I guess my perspective on all of this is that I have another church across Duke Street that is vacant right now. So I want to see something happen with churches. They're big spaces. That church, St. Andrew, St. David, sold their parking lot, and you have the Abbey St. Andrews there now. So it also has no parking, so it'll be penalized when it goes forward. Yes, we have no restriction, but people are going to say, well, I don't want to live in a place if I don't have parking. So I would be supportive of this project for that reason. As we increase housing on the peninsula and more of the upper stories are being housed by people, what you want to generate is a population that actually walks to things so that everybody doesn't need 2 vehicles. That's the objective that we're trying to get to. If we want to have a healthy population, we want a population we want to reward density. We want to encourage density. We want people walking in the uptown area. So I am not voting unless it's a 5-5 split. But if I am voting tonight, I'll be voting in favor. So I'm going to give Councillor Radwan and Councillor Harris a quick couple of seconds there because I think you guys have probably both had your time. But go ahead. It's important. Can you put the red light on?
Which one?
Yeah, Councillor Radwan. Oh, you've got the thing over there? Oh,
Thank you,
sorry.
Mayor. That's gracious. Thomas, can we get an accessible unit in this building? Because I think the building's fairly inaccessible. Is that something that is possible?
We're just going to get the red light on there. Trying to. There we go.
That's something that they would have to meet at the building permit phase. So the new building code is now for 4 units in a building. You have to have at least one accessible unit, and there's increments on that as well.
Is there a plan for it?
Not sure at this time, but it would be a requirement to receive a building permit.
Yeah, it's required. Counselor Harris?
I'm tough on this one. I agree with what you're saying, Your Worship. I had one crack for questions for staff, but as far as my comments on it, we had a functional organization and a functional use in that rehabbed church. The building that you're talking about, the other one that's vacant, I've been through. There was an effort in 21 to try to reform that and reframe that into another community space, and funding fell through, and COVID happened right at the exact same time we were all looking at it. It's difficult for me without interaction here to vote in favor of this, and I will ultimately be voting against it, because from an organization that's been here for 13 years and has had various board members, why there wasn't an effort to continue the use and the redemptive use of that building in its state is beyond me. And why we don't have a letter from the board, a comment, nothing. It's suspicious, but I agree with what Mr. Teed said. Had there been a call to the community, I think we could have continued the use of that. Lots of money had gone into this former Baptist church, and lots of work had been put into it to make it into what it was. Yes, we need housing, but there's more to this application because of that legacy organization and its failure to be here. So to me, I am not going to approve of this application. I'm going to reject it. So thank you.
Counselor Norton, back to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is through Your Worship, the CAO or the CFO, are we, can you remind council what was the funding envelope as it related to, I guess, the previously existing partnership between council and Chroma and maybe Interaction? I know that in some way we helped support those organizations financially. Chroma, I believe we did. Did we not? I know we did. I was here for that. We did. There must be a figure somewheres, but I cannot recall it, although I recall supporting it. I would like to know how much city taxpayer dollars were spent in terms of propping that organization up within that building. I mean, if not, my understanding is we could delay this vote until more due diligence and more discovery was done on some of these questions.
Counselor Darling, you have the answer?
Conversation's going to keep going in this kind of direction. I do think I'll end up needing to recuse myself.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought we were doing a land use thing here, but
Yeah, me
it's
too, but if
sort
it's
of
going this way.
sort of morphing here.
I'm just looking for an answer to that question.
And that would have been for operations.
That's right.
Yeah.
Your Worship, can I?
I'm finding it, I don't want to belabor the point. My only, and I don't want to split hairs, but I'm having trouble splitting the two issues because city taxpayer dollars were used to put Chroma in that building and support its operation, and now somehow it's all been dissolved. I don't know how else to square it away.
Well, I guess for that, though, you would be paying rent no matter where you are in one place, and you would have used your rent money. That would have been your rent money, your operations money, and it would have only been good for the year they were there. And then next year, they would have gotten another grant, whatever it was. So I don't know.
I guess
mean, if you're having,
it's this. Did they have an opportunity to exhaust the entire grant envelope that was provided to them by way of the community grants?
Here we go.
CFO
Fudge.
Did they use all the money?
Through your worship, I'm just looking at the 2024 community grant impact report that would have been brought forward to the council as Appendix A, and it did indicate that for Chroma, 1,463 lunches were served. to the community through a Rainbow Lunch program that would have been funded through the Community Grants Program.
Nope. Okay, I'm kind of at a loss with that answer.
Okay. Counselor Ogden.
Yeah, Counselor Stewart and I helped give out the money for community grants. I don't ever remember any discussion about buildings or anything. We give it to organizations, and there was no, that we have to, we didn't get into addresses and buildings and all that. We give it to organizations. So
Right.
Chroma or whatever, the money went to an organization, and what they did with it, they told us what they did with it. They were good things. And we didn't get into the building and all that. And I think that we're really drifting here, that we're talking about a land use thing, and now we're talking
Okay,
about
I
all
agree.
kinds of things.
All right, so I'll call the question then. Do we have everybody here?
Your Mayor, can I please
sorry,
speak?
Counselor Killen, over to you.
I know I've been asking for quite a while. I wish there was a better way to flag myself back here.
You have to, yeah, maybe you can text me.
I guess so, yeah. I think we are wading into landlord issues, and if people have issues with the interaction board, they should go and talk to them. I do think Mr. Wilkin is here trying to rehabilitate something that is really at risk. Even under, as charities running buildings like that, it's a lot of work. That was mentioned a lot about extra heating, extra maintenance. It's a huge, huge job. So I feel for the, relocation, but I'm super excited about how St. John Theatre Company is going to have a massive brand new spot with all kinds of space. And I think it is just a bit of a moving of chess pieces around, and we desperately need housing. So I just wanted to lend some support. Thank you.
All right, so then we've got the motion is on the floor for the first reading by title, so I'll call the question. Are you ready for it? All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, opposed, I'll take the nays. Counselor Sullivan and Counselor Harris voting opposed. Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Okay, and the next motion is to approve.
Approve second reading, Your Worship.
Approve second reading by title. Counselor Stewart and Counselor Lowe on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Counselor Sullivan and Counselor Harris voting opposed.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Okay, next.
And now we need to approve the second zoning bylaw associated with this for first reading by title.
So approve first reading of the second zoning bylaw amendment. Counselor Lowe and Counselor Norton on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Counselor Norton, or Counselor Harris and Counselor Sullivan opposed. Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Okay, and then we need a motion to approve the second reading by title for zoning bylaw, or the second zoning bylaw amendment. Counselor Lowe and Counselor Norton on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Counselor Harris and Counselor Sullivan opposed. Motion carried. All right,
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
next item, City Clerk.
Next is our second part of the public hearing, and this is for a property located at 160 Cozy Lake Road, and it's a proposed municipal plan and zoning bylaw amendment with a PAC report and a staff presentation.
Okay, over to you, Commissioner Poffenroff, for this one. The
Thank
intro.
you. Thank you, Your Worship. Excuse me. This evening's second public hearing is for a municipal plan amendment and rezoning that was submitted by Hughes Surveys and Consultants, Inc. for a property located at 160 Cozy Lake Road. The amendments would permit the subdivision of an existing residential parcel into 3 rural residential lots. The application has been evaluated by staff and the Planning Advisory Committee. Included in your package are 2 recommendations. One, the staff recommendation to deny the redesignating and rezoning of the property, and the PAC recommendation, who's recommending denial of the staff recommendation, essentially supporting the request to redesignate and rezone the property. And now I will hand it over to Thomas Llewellyn. He's the planner on the file for the staff presentation. Thank you.
Over to you, Thomas.
Thank you, Your Worship. The application is seeking to subdivide the existing lot into 3 lots, which would be processed at a staff level. The existing home would be located on Remnant 1, with additional building lots being created, lot 24-1 and 24-2. Proposal requires a municipal plan amendment to redesignate a portion of the land from rural resource to rural residential, and the rezoning of the readily developable portions of the property from rural to rural residential. Rezoning of the existing water body to park, water body to park would ensure the alignment with the existing park and natural area designation and recognize the provincially recognized water body. Subject property is located on Cozy Lake Road on the northeast side of the city, just off Route 111, and is located outside of the primary development area. Surrounding area, including the properties located on Cozy Lake Road, are zoned rural and contain a mix of undeveloped forest areas, existing privately serviced residential development. Certain areas along Loch Lomond Road in proximity to the airport and Churchland Road contain existing rural residential development that is zoned rural residential. The subject property in this photo. Subject property is currently designated rural resource and park and natural area within municipal plan. The municipal plan defines the rural resource designations as lands generally expected to remain in their natural state or to be used for regulated resource activities such as forestry, renewable energy, agriculture, fisheries, and extraction. Redesignating the property to the rural residential designation would be required to permit the subdivision of the subject property. The rural residential designation is intended to accommodate unserviced residential development outside of the primary development area. While the designation allows for existing or previously approved residential subdivisions, the expansion of the rural residential designation is not permitted by the municipal plan. Policy LU 104 states that the rural residential area designation is intended to support existing rural residential uses, with new lot creation generally discouraged unless previously approved by council. While development on existing lots designated rural residential is permitted, the focus remains on preserving the rural character and avoiding further expansion of these areas. Policy LU 105 indicates that the redesignation of lands to the rural residential designation shall only be considered in areas where existing rural residential development is located and was unintentionally omitted previously to be approved as legal land use. Subject property is currently zoned rural, which again supports resource-based activities and limited residential use. The rural zone requires that newly created lots have a minimum size of 40,000 square meters or 4 hectares, supporting resource-related activities with minimal residential development. Again, this application proposes rezoning to rural residential to allow privately serviced dwellings on large lots. As previously discussed, the rural residential zone is not permitted to expand to areas that are not currently designated rural residential. If rezoning proceeds, it is recommended that the area containing Wolseley Lake rezone to park to reflect its natural boundary in alignment with the park and natural area designation. Variances would be required during the subdivision process to reduce the frontage on the proposed lots 24-1 and 24-2. Letters were mailed out to property owners within 100 meters of the subject site on May 7th. No letters were received at this presentation, and the public notice was posted on May 8th. Staff are recommending that Common Council deny bylaw amendment CP 106-39 and CP 111-199, which would redesignate 3.02 hectares of the subject site from rural resource to rural residential and rezone the entire 4.98 hectare subject site from rural to rural residential and park. PAC recommends that Common Council approve bylaw CP 106 and 39 and CP 111-199, which would again redesignate 3.02 hectares, the subject site from rural resource to rural residential, and rezone the entire of the subject site from rural to rural residential and park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. So I'll open the public hearing and I'll ask if there's anyone here who would like to speak against the application for 160 Cozy Lake Road. I'll ask a second time if there's anyone here who would like to speak against the application for 160 Cozy Lake Road. ask for the third time if there's anyone here who would like to speak against the application for 160 Cozy Lake Road. City Clerk, we don't have anyone registered online for this item?
Not online. No.
Okay, perfect. All right, I'll ask now if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the application of 160 Cozy Lake Road. I'll get you to come on down, give us your name and your address for the record.
Where is this? There it goes. Sorry about that. Good evening, Your Worship, council members, staff, members of the public. My name is Matthew Blaine. I work at Hughes Surveys and Consultants, Inc. I'm here this evening to speak on the application submitted for 160 Cozy Lake Road. The Craigs, who are the landowners, are also in attendance this evening, and they're planning to address council. And if there's any questions directed towards them, they'll be able to answer it. Unfortunately, we're not in favor of staff recommendation, but we are in favor of PAC recommendation. So we'll hopefully see a favorable outcome here. To jump right into things, a little background on the property. The subject property and many of the adjacent properties were subdivided back in 1978. That was before there was an airport expressway, and the lots actually fronted on Sproul Road, which looped from Loch Lomond all the way around to Church Lane Road. Interestingly, when the lots were originally conveyed in 1978, they contained restrictive covenants. I've attached a copy of that on the right there. Essentially, these lots were meant for private dwellings, and it also explicitly excluded commercial uses. I know that's not binding, but just interesting that was the mentality when the lots were developed. The Craigs ended up purchasing the property in 1986. They've occupied it ever since. Their wish is to be able to age in place. So in order to do that, where they've lived in the last 40 years, they need approval of this application, which would allow their children to be landowners and live in homes in close proximity to them. And that would in turn allow them to contribute to their ongoing care and support. So what's the proposal? The proposal is trying to create 2 additional lots from a portion of PID 5500-5375. The remnant portion would contain the existing residence, and the 2 new lots would be developed by one of the children and one by the current landowners to have a reduced 1-level house for them to live in as they age. When the landowners approached city staff with their proposal, they were given an outline of the process that would be required for that to be considered. This included a municipal plan amendment and the rezoning process prior to being able to consider a subdivision plan. So we prepared a tentative subdivision plan and submitted the application on their behalf. The existing conditions of the municipal plan, I took the definition verbatim out of the municipal plan so that I didn't butcher it. Rural resource areas are primarily undeveloped lands with the potential for rural resource activities such as pits and quarries and or forestry uses. As you can tell from the neighborhood, if you looked at it, it would be a bad spot for rural resource or forestry uses because it's residential in nature, and it has been for quite some time, dating back to the 70s and 80s. What's the proposed municipal plan amendment? It's rural residential area. That's defined as those lands which accommodate existing or approved low-density residential development that is not located within a rural settlement area, is unserviced, and is located beyond the primary development area. That definition seems to fit this area to a T, and potentially could have been overlooked originally, which we'll get into in a second. The review of policies.
Staff have reviewed it. I'm sure, as you're aware, there's no application that comes up and meets every single policy that's in the municipal plan. What the task at hand is to measure the proposal against the municipal plan to determine if it aligns in the overall intent of the municipal plan or not. We believe that some of these policies, once you review it, that they certainly are a lot closer in alignment than originally suggested. For example, under LU4, there's property designated as rural residential 100 meters away. This proposal would utilize existing infrastructure. It's an infill opportunity on an existing public road that's already maintained. It would, it would it would not negatively impact the enjoyment or use of adjacent lands. It's consistent and appropriate in the residential setting that existing neighborhood. LU 105, it allows lands to be designated as rural residential if it was unintentionally omitted. Again, when looking at the definitions, it seems pretty clear that these lots were residential in nature prior to the municipal plan's creation. Why they got stuck in rural resource, I can't say. I didn't find the reasoning behind that in the municipal plan. But it would allow, it does give council the opportunity to reclassify lands as rural residential. It is essentially a trapdoor there, that a clause that's been put in to allow for this to happen in certain cases like this one. Other policies, going through quickly, LU 106, it allows the creation of 2 new lots. That's what we're proposing here, so we're checking that one. 107, it generally avoids the creation of new streets within this designation. We're not proposing any new streets, so again, this is something that we feel it's meeting that criteria. There's various other policies that are worded as limiting on-service development and promoting development within the serviced areas or the primary development area. Again, I would say that wording is important, that it's not saying there's a ban on developing on-service development. It's promoting one thing and limiting another, but it allows, that wording allows that for the option for that to still happen. Zoning, currently the Craig property is zoned as rural. Staff have indicated that that would not accommodate the proposed subdivision, therefore rezoning to rural residential is being sought. The proposed lots would meet or exceed all zone standards with the exception of frontage or width, and that would require a variance to be considered. Quick note on the statements of public interest. We've seen them in various jurisdictions. They came out and they were kind of a document that you weren't sure what to do with. There's been various guides and information bulletins provided by the government since their inception, which has again kind of cleared up certain ambiguities that were out there. One thing they noted is that it's intentionally aspirational. They do this to allow for flexibility. Another thing they acknowledged is that these statements of provincial interest are not meant to be applied retroactively. So your bylaws, your zoning, your municipal plan that are in effect, they aren't going to meet these statements of provincial interest. So there's a reason for that, and when you go to revise those major documents, that's when you're going to bring them into conformance or into alignment with these statements of provincial interest. Impact on the adjacent lands and neighborhood, relatively low impact in our opinion. Generally, you'll see there's some letters of opposition. In this case, we actually have a letter of support from each adjacent landowner on either side of them. That's in the file here. They were gracious enough to sign that and give it to the landowners for their use here. It's not often that's the case, but there is a support in the neighborhood to allow the Craigs to stay there and to age in place, as we've discussed. So we really are hoping for a favorable outcome. The last thing I'll leave with is the precedent. So about 100 meters away on the screen here, you'll see that an adjacent property actually underwent the same municipal plan amendment process in 2017, which would be under the same municipal plan that we're talking about today. It's CP 106-14, enacted it in 2017. The subdivided lots also did not meet the 4 hectare requirement of the rural zone, but I can only infer that it was granted a variance from that and stayed in the rural zone instead of going to rural residential. But in situations like this, it's key to look around and see what's been done in similar instances in the same geographic area. So this is the example that we look to see how council had handled this in the past, a similar application to allow for an infill development of residential nature in this same Cozy Lake neighborhood. So hopefully I still have some time here.
Well, I've got a couple of questions for you if you want to take a couple of questions, or do you want
Yeah,
to?
perfect. I'm ready for questions. and-
Councillor Stewart, over to you first.
Just for clarity, are you suggesting that the existing driveway is going to service these 2 lots, these other 2 lots?
Through you, Your Worship. No, they'll all have separate driveways.
So just, I'm looking at the picture, I know you don't have it up there.
Yep.
So the driveways are going to be on the opposite side or the same side that the driveway's on now? I'm having a hard time distinguishing that.
So right now, if you're looking at the house as this, I guess I'm not.
Right at the driveway, right at the garage.
Yep, so the existing driveway goes to the left of the house. Both of these proposed driveways will be behind the garage to the right. Yes.
Councillor Ogden, you have a question?
No, comment.
Go ahead.
I wish I had this opportunity when I buried my parents, who we spent years going into the hospital, and I did go to the doctors asking, is there any way? And of course, all this idea of granny suites and everything is fairly new, and the housing crisis has created that opportunity. So to me, this is just common sense when it comes to mental health and physical health and all the things that we go through. And, you know, taking care of parents is a huge thing today for, because we're living longer. So to me, it just makes a whole bunch of sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Matt, I don't see any other questions for you. That's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll take the next speaker who would like to speak in favor of the application.
Hey,
Good
good evening,
evening.
Council. My name's Dave Merrithew. I live in Water Lily Way, about 5 kilometers from the Craig's property, but for 25 years I was the next door neighbor. So I'd like to bring 4 quick points to your attention, please, on the property. I'll read them, it'll be easier for me and you. You saw a picture of the property just briefly. I just want to say the property, the Craig's property is pristine. It's kept very, very well. And I bring that to your attention for a couple of reasons, okay? And whatever project they'll do, if you allow them, will be done correctly. And secondly, although it's zoned Royal Resource right now, there's no logging. There are no quarries there. The land is all owned, and you'll never see that. It just won't happen. The second point I make is that, and the previous speaker just spoke to it, there is precedence here, not only for the property at 180 Cozy Lake Road that was split, but my own property 170 was divided as well. All it did was add a little bit more revenue to the city coffers, and it didn't do anything to knock the pins from underneath your municipal plan. All right, and we did that, my council, just previous to yours. The third point I'll make was very interesting when we followed the procedure and went through PAC. Mrs. McShane asked a question and made a very, very good comment that I agreed with, quite frankly. She said, without putting a lot of words in her mouth, she said, the current municipal plan needs refreshment. And you have to agree with that. My gosh, people, you're here every week every time you meet, doing 2 or 3 or 4 of these things. It does need refreshment. She also said it needs refreshment and that the PDA, okay? The reason we did this particular the plan is that the PDA you wanted infill. It's working wonderfully now. You've got all kinds of building there. It's time maybe to look outside that PD area again, please. And the fourth thing I'll say is that it's just the money side of things, and I know it's a small amount, but every nickel counts, all right, is that your return on your investment is immediate. And that you've seen this from the property at 172 Cozy Lake Road, that's the one that was divided and built on, and the one that I divided that increased the property taxes in that particular area without that snowplow going 1 more meter, without with the refuge and recycling guys and gals getting off the truck 1 more time. It just makes common sense, financial sense. So with that, I would ask you to agree with PAC in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave, for being here this evening. I'll ask if there's anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the application.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. My name is Sarah Craig, and I presently live at 20 Welly Court. And it is my spouse and children and I that are interested in moving into the existing property at 160 Cozy Lake Road so that we can support my parents aging gracefully in place and so that I can just run across the backyard to do the heavy lifting, to do the maintenance, to check in, and so Dad and I can continue to garden together. So I'm asking you to please support the recommendation by PAC. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take this. Is there another person who'd like to speak in favor of the application?
Hi, for those who don't know me, I'm Catherine Craig, and it's my name that's on the land, and this is my husband,
Craig.
Michael. We just wanted to make ourselves known to all of you, and thank you for letting us come. And the whole purpose of this is so that we can age in place, and let me tell you, aging is coming faster than we thought. So
if there's any questions, we'll answer for you.
Okay, sounds good. Don't see any questions, but thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
I'll take the next speaker who would like to speak in favor of the application. Okay, does anyone have any questions of my team for staff? Councillor Harris has a question. Councillor Harris, over to you.
Yeah, I have to say, it's pretty rare that you see a split between PAC and staff. I think the arguments that are being made in favor of the PAC recommendation are certainly convincing me to vote that way. So I guess I would ask, what's the perceived risk of the PAC recommendation to staff that it would warrant what seems to be quite a split from clear tradition that's occurred recently and nearby? Yeah.
So through your worship to Councillor Harris, the staff are really, I guess, defined to make recommendations based on specifically what's outlined in the municipal plan. And the municipal plan very clearly says thou shalt not create more rural residential unless it's already designated that way. So we have a very specific mandate that our recommendations are required to follow. We are going to be entering a phase where we are going to be looking at Plan SJ and taking, a look at the different types of land uses, how the existing policies have played out, and if there are scenarios in which additional rural residential could be considered, could play part of that. When this plan was created, there was very much a concern about rural sprawl, additional rural residential being entered into areas and then conflicting with more traditional rural land uses, making it more difficult for uses that have to be out in the rural area to be developed. As well, residential developments that were occurring where new roads were being created and kind of moving away from smart growth principles.
Sure.
That really played into the creation of Plan SJ, which really heavily focused on eliminating those avenues.
I can appreciate that. I guess for the point we've made around the table, though, a number of times, is that the plan was supposed to be, it was designated to be reviewed in '21. A bunch of things were added to our plate, and this one got kicked down this can got kicked down the road way too far. There are many parts of the Plan SJ that I specifically ran against. Different opinions around what good tax density looks like, and I would say this qualifies as that for me. So, but I do understand staff's position here. You got a plan, you're trying to follow it your best, and I think I just needed to hear that clarity of opinion on it. But I think we're in a pretty different era now than 2011, and it's definitely definitely in need of review. So thank you.
And I can indicate that, there's different types of rural residential. Scenarios like this are the ones that we've seen, I think, approved by council in the past, where there's an existing road and kind of an established pattern. And it's very much different than other applications we get, equal volume or actually more, where people are proposing 10-unit subdivisions in a rural area, creating these new built forms, not necessarily adjacent to what's there. So there is, I guess, in regards to precedent or how these types of decisions impact, each application is assessed for its own merit. And that's what council's role is as well, to determine suitability based on location, and the ability to, look at a scenario like this where there's built form and existing infrastructure versus another application that would be of a similar designation and rezoning proposal where they'd be introducing new infrastructure that would require additional servicing components that would be taken into account. So there's those components that come into play, but definitely as a broader policy discussion, the Plan SJ refresh will be the perfect time to really determine if there should be specific policies for these types of rural residential scenarios versus kind of that more broader approach, which is no rural residential being added.
Thank you. Commissioner Pofferoff, can I pop over to you?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to add one point. Is currently in the zoning bylaw, in this zoned area, you're permitted to subdivide a single unit or lot into two. So you can do a little bit, but the 3 is not currently permitted. And with respect to Plan SJ review, it is scheduled for 2026 and 2027. It did get delayed for a number of reasons, mainly items around the housing accelerator, the North End Plan, and other functions as connected into the housing accelerator program, and then just generally higher volumes of activity that we've been seeing. But it is scheduled for next year.
Thank you. Councillor Redwan?
Thank you, Mayor. So I was going to ask a question kind of like Councillor Harris, so I'm just going to comment. I think that if this was like a true urban sprawl of more roads, underground water and sewerage, I would probably have a bit of a concern about it. But what we're actually going to do if we approve this is we're actually going to put more houses in the area that will help to cover the solid waste going out. Hopefully not, but if police and fire need to go out, maintenance of the road, clearing of the road. So it makes sense for staff to be out there with more money looking after the road. So I'm in complete favor and we'll probably stay in this trajectory. But if there's new roads put in, I might be a little leery. So just so that staff kind of know where I sit with that.
Thank you. Councillor Sullivan?
Thanks, Your Worship. Staff are doing their job following our plan. That's all. I really wanted to ask the Craigs a question, but the mayor would have yelled at me because it had nothing to do with land use. But
that hasn't stopped anybody else here tonight.
Their success in raising a family that wants to come back and do everything that's designed. These are St. John citizens that we want to have and support. And past Councillor Marathi was speaking my language. It's money without risk, and they don't even get off the trucks anymore. Mr. Mayor, they've got the arm to do the lifting for them when they go by. So I'll move for whatever first reading we got to move to get this moving.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, and Counselor Norton seconding it. Are we going to, Counselor Norton, did you want to speak?
I just wanted to move the PAC's recommendation, so it's been done, so happy to second it.
Thank you. Counselor Lowe?
Same thing.
All right, before I call the vote, I would like to say a few things on all of this. I've always been against sprawl. I'm not a supporter of sprawl. I look back at St. John and we had a population of around 58,000 people on 35 square kilometers in the 50s or whenever we got amalgamated. Now you're on over 300 square kilometers. That increases the costs of doing business, of servicing. So, and it's hard because I know the Craigs and I know they have a pristine place. I've been out to the Cozy Lake Road. They could have split it in two. It would have been kosher. Going for the 3 it has to come here. Your plan says don't do it. I always worry about sprawl, and that's still my concern because and you had tonight, it was quoted, you've got a precedent, you add to that precedent, you hammer that precedent home. So how do you say no to another one? How do you say no to somebody you don't know? How do you say no to someone that isn't aging in place? They've got another reason for it. So I do struggle with sprawl. It's if I was in probably one of those seats, I'd probably vote against it tonight, but I see it'll pass anyway. So I'll call the question on City Clerk. First is
This one has 2 separate amendments. So the first is a municipal plan, and I presume that the councillor has moved the first reading of the municipal plan by title. And then after the municipal plan's given first and second reading, the zoning bylaw needs to be amended for first and second reading.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor to move the municipal plan amendment approved first reading. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
And it's titled a law to amend the municipal plan bylaw.
And second reading by title. Opposed? Yeah, second reading by title. All in favor? Sorry. Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the municipal plan bylaw.
Okay. Next, first reading of zoning by title. On the question, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the city of St. John.
Second reading by title. Okay. Councillor Harrison, Councillor Sullivan. On the question, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the city of St. John.
All right. Next. Okay, before we start the next item, can we have a 5-minute recess? Does anybody need a 5-minute recess or are we good? Okay, move it. Seconded over there. Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute or whatever he says. Drink a gallon of water here. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Next item, City Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next is our third public hearing of the night, and it's item 9.3 on your agenda. It's a proposed zoning bylaw amendment and a text amendment with a PAC report and a staff recommendation for 510 Boar's Head Road.
Okay, Commissioner Poffenroff, over to you for the introduction.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. This evening's third public hearing is for a rezoning that was submitted by Stantec Consulting Limited for a property located at 510 Boar's Head Road. The rezoning would remove the restriction limiting the existing 20-unit residential building to seniors housing. In addition, text amendments to the low-rise residential zone are proposed to clarify the intent to permit low-rise ground-oriented development exceeding 6 units, subject to conditions including lot size. The application has been evaluated by staff and the Planning Advisory Committee. Included in your package is the recommendation to rezone the property. I'll now turn it over to Yeva Matson, the planner on the file, for the staff presentation. Thank you.
Eva, over to you. As soon as we get your microphone, there you go.
Thank you and good evening. So as stated, the proposal before you is to rezone this site from neighborhood community facility to low-rise residential to legalize the existing 20-unit apartment. This would include a minor amendment to the RL zone standards to better clarify the requirements for large-scale development. The site was developed in 1995, and it was a secondary use to the senior home that has since been subdivided off. It was created to be independent senior apartments, which was an allowed use under that institutional zoning at the time as like a secondary use to care homes. The apartment has since changed hands numerous times and no longer complies with the neighborhood community facility use or the definition of the senior housing. The subject property is located at the intersection of Boar's Head and Woodward Avenue in Milledgeville. This area is characterized by a mix of housing typologies as well as community uses, such as the neighboring church and those two schools within close proximity. The property itself has an approximately 5,000 square meter area and includes the existing 20-unit building, as well as the original parking lot and the newer overflow parking area. The proposed rezoning would remove the current approval limiting the building to a seniors housing development. In the above image, you can see that existing 20-unit apartment, which is 1 story in height. The original parking lot and newer overflow area share an entrance off of Boar's Head Road, sorry. And we are recommending a Section 59 to see the applicant bring that overflow parking lot into compliance by paving and curbing it. The site is designated as stable residential in the municipal plan, which does support this proposal. The most relevant municipal plan policy for this proposal is LU 86, which outlines housing of almost every form and density may be found, and that the existing context and compatibility with the municipal plan determine suitability of new proposals. As this is an existing building that's been in place since the 1990s, it does conform to that neighborhood context. Other relevant policy is LU 87, which intends that areas designated stable residential will evolve over time. As this is an existing building, it does kind of just reinforce that community character and makes a positive contribution to the neighborhood. The site is zoned neighborhood community facility, which is designed to accommodate a range of community-oriented facilities such as arenas, schools, community centers, etc. And this building was, as said, developed as a complementary use to that senior care home when it was created as a cohesive development. It was an allowable use in the former institutional zoning, though it no longer complies with the current CFN zoning, even if it were to remain as independent senior housing. The low-rise residential zone that they are proposing to rezone to is intended to accommodate a range of ground-oriented, lower-density residential development, and this is often seen in the form of 1 units, semi-detached duplexes, townhouses, stacked townhouses, and small-scale apartments that have ground-oriented entrances. The RL zone was also intended for some larger scale developments that could meet the zone standards on larger lots, and this project does meet that intent by being under that 3 stories and ground orientated. It can also meet the parking standards and is appropriate for the neighborhood context. Staff are recommending some Section 59 conditions just as a lever to help bring that overflow parking into compliance with the bylaw, and this would include a change of use permit and making sure the parking is paved and curbed. The secondary part of this proposal is that minor amendment to the additional zone standards for the RL zone. The intent at the time of the amendment a few months ago was to allow for larger scale development that exceeded that 4 and 6 unit cap if on appropriately sized lots, and this would help by not forcing a developer to subdivide or create private streets. This minor amendment will just provide further clarity on this intent that was missing during the original adoption. Letters were mailed out to the property owners within 100 meters of the subject site on May 5th. Public notice was posted on May 9th, and no letters have been received of this presentation. And PAC was on May 21st, and they did agree with staff recommendation. As this proposal does align with all relevant policy, staff and PAC do recommend Common Council rezone the property from CFN to RL with those appropriate 59 conditions and to adopt the text amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing and ask if there is anyone here who would like to speak against 510 Boar's Head Road application. I'll ask again if there's anyone here who'd like to speak against the application for 510 Boar's Head Road, the zoning bylaw amendment and text amendment. And I'll ask for the third time if there's anyone here who would like to speak against the application for 510 Boar's Head Road. Okay, we don't have anyone registered to speak tonight. Okay, I will ask then if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the application for 510 Boar's Head Road. Please come on down and give us your name and your address for the public record, please.
Good evening, Your Worship and Councillors. My name is Jamie Burke with Stantec Consultant.
Oh, yep. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to the staff at the city. I know we heard a comment tonight about the level of development here in the city, and I just want to say thank you for them getting this on the agenda in front of you so quickly. So on behalf of the client, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions for Stantec? Well, the report's all in the kit. Nope, not seeing any. Thank you for being here tonight. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of 510 Boar's Head Road application? And I'll ask for the third time if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the 510 Boar's Head Road application. Okay, hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'll ask my team if you have any questions for staff. And if not, okay, City Clerk, over you. I got a mover, and Councillor Harris and Councillor Darling.
Okay, yeah, so similar to the other two, there are two separate amendments that are required, that require approval, two zoning bylaw amendments, first and second reading by title.
So we've got approval, motion for, to approve first reading by title, and it's seconded on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
And approved second reading by title.
Approved second reading by title. Councillor Darling, and Councillor Lowe on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John and a law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Okay, and now I'll take a motion to approve the zoning bylaw amendment, approved first reading by title. Councillor Darling and Councillor Radwan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
I'll take a motion to approve the second reading by title. Councillor Stewart and Councillor Lowe on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Next item, City Clerk.
Next is the final of our public hearings. It's item 9.4 on your agenda, and this is for a proposed zoning bylaw amendment with the PAC report and presentation at 421 Woodward Avenue.
Commissioner Poffenroff, over to you for the intro, please.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. This evening's final public hearing is for a rezoning that was submitted by Don Moore Surveys for a property located at 421 Woodward Avenue. The rezoning would permit the development of two multi-unit residential buildings. The application has been evaluated by staff and the Planning Advisory Committee, and included in your package is the recommendation to rezone the property. There will be two staff speakers for this file. Yeva Matson is the lead planner on the file, and she'll walk you through the staff presentation first, followed by Jennifer Kushner, the Community Planning Manager, who will add additional context to the discussion. With that, I'll now turn it over to Yeva. Thank you.
Okay, Eva, over to you.
Thank you. So the proposal before you is to rezone the site at 421 Woodward Avenue from low-rise residential to mid-rise residential for the development of 2 84-unit apartments. And this would include all required parking, landscaping, and amenity space on site. The subject property is located in Milledgeville, with frontage on both Boar's Head Road and Woodward Avenue. And this area is characterized by a mix of housing typologies from low-rise single-family to the high-rise Brentwood Towers, as well as community uses such as the neighboring church and 2 schools within close proximity. The property itself has an area of approximately 16,000 square meters and would actually be accessed off of Boar's Head Road. In 1986 to 88, a variety of applications to create a cul-de-sac of semi-detached homes was submitted, and the applicant ended up withdrawing his applications after council recommended conditions requiring it to be accessed across neighboring property, and there was no feasible way to make this development happen. The area has since evolved and no longer is just single-family homes, but has a range of density from single-family to high-rise. In the image above, you can see the frontage along Boar's Head Road, my apologies. The entrance would be closer to that white van in the image, as this is the spot where the traffic impact statement suggested the access be. The site is currently undeveloped and is treed with large amounts of rock that limit site design and access. The site is designated as stable residential in the municipal plan, which does support this proposal. The most relevant policy is LU 86, which outlines housing of almost every form and density may be found, and the neighborhood context and compatibility with municipal plan goals will determine the suitability of new proposals. The proposed apartment building meets this intent by respecting the surrounding density, considering the high-rise and other multifamilies in the area, and it demonstrates consistency with the municipal plan's broader goals related to housing choice, urban form, and community livability. Other relevant policies include LU 87, which intends that areas designated as stable residential will evolve over time from land use and built form perspectives, and that new and redeveloped land uses are to reinforce community character and make positive contributions. The design and scale of the apartment building does complement the existing scale and density of the wider neighborhood, and it could also make a positive contribution to the neighborhood by providing another housing typology. The site is zoned at the current time low-rise residential, which is intended to accommodate more ground-oriented, lower density in the variety of housing forms, including 1-unit, duplexes, townhouses, stacked townhouses, apartments. And the RM zone, which is the proposed rezoning to, is intended to accommodate a range of mid-rise and medium-density residential as the next step up from RL, and this could be found in the form of townhouses, multi-units, apartments, and condominiums with a maximum height of 6 stories. There are also requirements now for landscaping between mid-rise developments and low-rise adjacent properties, and this is to create landscaping buffers between the 2 size differences. Letters were mailed out to property owners within 100 meters of the subject site on May 5th. Public notice was posted on May 9th. 9 letters were received in opposition, and the public hearing date is today, but PAC date was May 21st. As the proposal does align with all relevant policy, staff do recommend that Common Council rezone the property from RL to RM, and PAC was in agreement with that recommendation. I will now turn it over to just Jennifer Kirchner here.
Thank you, Yeva. I'm just going to give a bit of a brief overview of what our 3 main kind of residential zones look like. I believe this may be one of the first applications you've had for an RM property since zoning reform was undertaken earlier this year. So with zoning reform, we did a number of things, including streamlining the lower rise zones to create the low rise residential zone. And that zone aims for 1 to 3 stories, ground oriented design, things like 1 to 2 unit dwellings, townhouses, projects of that nature. As part of this, we really wanted to better define and separate the 3 main types of residential zones. With the mid-rise zone, there was a change from 4-story maximum to 6. This creates a better separation between the intent of a low-rise zone versus the mid-rise, and then the ultimate high-rise, which we have a fairly limited number of those properties throughout the city. As part of this, some of the changes that we've seen are to building code, which Commissioner Pothenroth could answer further questions on, but changes to the type of building structures allowed. In particular, wood frame construction was previously limited to 4 stories, and that shift moved to 6 stories. So this really facilitated that change to create more of a robust mid-rise residential zone. With that, more robust standards for amenity space and landscaping to better ensure quality of life with these types of developments. And as indicated with this example, they are meeting all of those new standard of requirements with the more robust community amenity space for each individual unit and then in total. And with this, just to provide a bit of context to the built area, this area is probably one of our more diverse neighborhoods when it comes to typologies of residential development. So there are, and as any neighborhood would have, a number of, single unit dwellings, single family dwellings that are, 1 to 2 story. But a lot of the context in this area includes 1 to 2 or 3 story multiple unit dwellings. So duplexes or semi-detached, townhouses or row houses. Some of these include Brentwood Crescent, Charlie Grace Terrace, and Chateau du Champlain, which are all a range of multi-unit, multi-building developments that are 1 to 3 stories. We have the high-rise development of Brentwood Towers, which is actually 15 stories. And due to the way the topography is in the area, you actually cannot tell it's 15 stories unless you get closer up to actually physically count the units with its placement behind some of the, I believe it's single-story row housing developments. And then the broader area, we also have a number of projects that are approved or in progress. So of course, you will likely hear mentioned the property next door, which is the NB Housing Project. This is 2 two-story affordable apartments, so 20 units in total split amongst the 2 buildings. 573 Woodward Avenue, which is a 3-story multi-building development, which has approval in place. And Cambridge Estates, which had recently undergone rezoning in the past couple of years, which will have a minimum of 2 4-story apartment buildings, with one of them being in progress. There's also land in that area that's zoned for high-rise residential for contemplated future development use. So there is, I think, a fairly robust variety of housing types, ranging from owner-occupied rentals, seniors housing, that provide a fairly robust range. While we don't necessarily have a number of 6-story buildings, with the changes of the building code, that's where we see those changes. As soon as you hit 4 stories with the requirements for things like elevators, that's where you see a different discussion about the built form and how to make that work within the context. And of course, with zoning reform and these changes, there really was a focus to try to provide these opportunities for more intense or better use of land. And this is a scenario where they're able to meet all of those requirements we established and which council endorsed, that provide a good quality development, while also meeting kind of a different type of housing need than what's existing within this neighborhood.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, I'm going to open the public hearing, and I'll ask if there's anyone here who'd like to speak against the application for 421 Woodward Avenue. Come on down and give us your name and your address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Nesta Matthews, and I'm at 425 Woodward Avenue. My concern is with the building. I mean, I've lived in a lot of different mixed-use neighborhoods before. I'm relatively new to St. John, as we've only been here for 5 years. But being in the other neighborhoods in other cities, one thing that you really rapidly realize is if there's no resources to account for a high-level population in a neighborhood, it gets pretty bad pretty quickly. And I've been in neighborhoods where we've been coming back from it, and we've realized that one of the great things to do is making sure that we've got access. We've got places for people to go. We've got paths for people to walk on, that we recognize that if we're going to put a giant building like this with potentially hundreds of people that are going to be living there and school kids, are the kids going to go and take the long way all the way around Boar's Head Road so they can follow the sidewalk appropriately, or are they going to be cutting through the trees in the back? Is there going to be a pathway that's going to establish that? And then if there is a pathway that's going to be established to the property, there's no sidewalk on the Woodward side. They'd still be having to cross over to the north side of the street. This afternoon, when I was working in my yard, there was 8 people that were walking on the road on the side of the street that didn't have a sidewalk. And that's before we're looking at more people coming in. So it's more just a case of saying, if we are going to be looking at bringing a large chunk of population in, which, I mean, yes, we definitely need housing and mixed use development, and all of these things are going to make sense. If we're not planning ahead to have the resources to take care of the people that live in the neighborhood, it's not going to stay a great neighborhood to live in. We already have a lack of recreational space for young people. I hesitate to call it a playground at Milledgeville North School, because both of them, it's not great equipment. And I realize that's not within the city zones. That has to go down with the school zone. But then it comes down to, so in what point is the city going to step up and say, okay, we need to recognize that we do need to plan for some green space in the future. If we're going to say we're going to be putting all these builds in, then are we going to be looking at sidewalks? Because the reports are saying that daycares are fine, schools are fine. Well, then why are there already modular units outside the schools that are in the neighborhood? It's fine to say that, yes, we definitely need to look at bringing more people in, but if we're just dumping them in a spot saying this is going to be a good spot because there's trees around and then there's single-use dwellings, so we can put these 2 large buildings right in the middle of it, it's not going to impact it. But there's people that are going to be living in those apartments, and those are people that are going to be living in our neighborhood. So if we're looking at trying to say, yes, we want to expand that, it just doesn't feel like we're actually trying to plan to make St. John a city that's going to succeed. And I realize that sometimes we look at big industrial companies and say, okay, well, we'll make deals with you. And we're not wanting to do that with builders because we're trying to encourage that. But then at what point does the city say, okay, so here is what we are going to do to help accommodate and to make sure that the neighborhood is going to stay a great place to live? I mean, it's a little devastating being one of the newer people in our neighborhood that we've met so many of our neighbors that have said, yeah, we'll just move if this project goes ahead, and that's what they're looking at. We don't have that luxury. We have just bought into it. We're there for the long haul. So for me, I'm looking at what's this neighborhood going to be like in 5, 10, 20 years. I'm raising my kids, one starting at M. Gerald Teed in September, one starting at Milledgeville North at the middle school this fall, and we're really excited about that. But if suddenly my kids maybe wouldn't be able to go to those schools because even though we live across the street, it's full and we're going to have to get bused somewhere else, is that the long-term goal that we're looking at? And if we're trying to encourage people to move into these buildings and we're saying, oh, there's transit, it's a flex bus, you can call it if you need it. Sometimes, oh, there's sidewalks, you just need to cross to over there and make sure your kids are following, and we know that there isn't a stop sign there, and we're going to look at all these things. It just seems like a real oversight that the city has looked at the plan and said, oh yeah, we've got everything in the neighborhood to accommodate, when as somebody who's living in the neighborhood, it already feels like we are right on the cusp of things full. There's no daycare spots to be found. You can do the aftercare spots, which are the upsize, just things along those lines, that if we are going to make sure that as we're planning ahead to make sure people can move here, are we making sure that it's a good place for people to live in when we're looking at things like public safety, when we're looking at things like green space? Because we moved there thinking it was this gorgeous little spot in this forest in the middle of the city and it's all there. Well, the forest is getting chopped down, and that is the plan that's being proposed here. And as much as they are keeping some green space in their limits, it's not the same as, some trees surrounding a building isn't the same as having this big forest open space. And I feel like we all know that. So my concern is just the fact that we seem to be rushing into trying to get people in and a build in, but we're not looking at the long-term results of what will that do to the neighborhood if we're not looking at the additional things to go along with it. Thank you.
Thank you for being here tonight. Appreciate your points you made tonight. I'll take the next speaker, please, who would like to speak against the application for 421 Boar's Head Road. Get you to give us your name and your address for the record.
Your Worship, councilors, my name is Danny Kay, and my wife and I have lived at 417 Woodward Avenue for over 30 years. I would describe the neighborhood as a quiet residential community with a mix of single-family garden homes, townhouses, apartment buildings, and a seniors complex. All of the existing dwellings mentioned are discretely situated at or below the tree line and do not exceed 3 stories in height. This includes the Killam Apartments, the Charlie Grace Apartments, and the seniors complex known as Chateau de Champlain. There is a single high-rise built back in the 60s before most of the existing neighborhood was developed and is not considered a normal feature of the landscape. So I am here tonight to speak against the rezoning application for 421 Woodward Avenue. As described in the PAC report dated May the 15th, the applicant is proposing to rezone the subject site from low-rise residential to mid-rise residential to facilitate the development of 2 6-story multi-unit residential buildings. And they say that the development would create approximately 170 units. The subject site was zoned single-family residential R1 as late as mid-January 2025 of this year. The zoning classification was then changed to low-rise residential with the zoning bylaw amendment in late January 2025. And only 4 months later, we received an application for rezoning to mid-rise residential. I'd say that's quite a leap in zoning standards for the subject site in a very short period of time. The PAC report refers to a previous rezoning application on page 2 back in 1986, which was denied due to neighborhood concerns regarding increased density and property values. And another rezoning request in 1988 with Section 39 restrictions denying access to the subject property from Woodward Avenue or Boar's Head Road. So one would ask, what has changed? So conservatively, the addition of approximately 170 units would add over 400 people to the area. We would argue this creates a number of concerns regarding the proposed development, such as safety, loss of privacy, noise, infrastructure, sanitation, and building height. So in the interest of time, I would like to focus on building height and the impact on this bedroom community. The PAC report also makes reference to the municipal plan on page 3 and goes on to explain how the proposal is compliant with policy LU 86, concluding the rezoning application for 2 mid-rise buildings is appropriate for the character of the neighborhood and complements the existing range of housing topology. So I would ask you to please refer to the PAC report appendix, submission 1, titled Site Plan. You will note 5 slides or images which illustrate the proposed 6-story buildings rising 3 to 4 stories above the tree line. We would argue the construction of 2 6-story buildings certainly does not complement the existing range of single-family dwellings in the neighborhood and is not appropriate for this residential community. The PAC report also speaks to zoning compatibility on page 3 by stating the proposed rezonings of the site to RM is compatible with the existing development pattern, which is predominantly multi-unit residential development. So we would argue this statement makes no consideration for the significant number of single-family dwellings which currently exist along Woodward Avenue, Boar's Head Road, and Marlin Drive. In closing, we submit the sheer scale and height of the proposed development is too large, does not complement the existing profile or character of the neighborhood, and would overwhelm the existing residential dwellings in the immediate area. We respectfully oppose rezoning application for 421 Woodward Avenue from low-rise residential to mid-rise residential to permit the development of 2 multi-unit residential buildings.
Thank you, Mr. Kay. I don't see any questions for you. You've sent us a letter, though. We had that in the kit as well. Thank you. I'll take the next person who would like to speak against the application for 421 Woodward Avenue. Sure, come on down and give us your name and address for the record.
Starting there.
You can pull that mic down. Yes, that's better.
I'm a
Right down
small
for you. You need
person.
it good.
Tiny
We need to hear you.
So hi, I'm Farzana Sumi. I'm from 432 Woodward Avenue.
432?
Yeah, and thank you so much everyone for giving me the opportunity to say something about the 421 opposition. So today I'm here as a representative of 44 neighborhoods who expressed their concern against the rezoning of 421 Avenue. So I don't want to share their detail publicly, but I can provide a copy to the respected mayor and the councilor for their consideration.
Thank you. Oh, right, okay, that's the petition.
So we bought a house, like we are a new house buyer in this area. So I'm now scared of May, because last May we received one letter from the city that was about 435 Woodward Avenue. At that time, we had no idea what's going on about the impact of rezoning. So I want to share my personal experience. So we received the letter on May 20th, and it leaves us in very little time to understand the project process and impact. Then later we understood when the month February to May 2025, the construction begins. And it is unbearable from 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. So this period gave us first-hand experience of the disruption dezoning brings to a residential community. So now we have new concern that came to our knowledge, that is 421 Woodward Avenue. Now I'm experienced of noise, distraction, and so other things. So now I came to know there is a 6-story, 2 buildings with more than 170 units maybe. So I'm assuming maybe there will be over 600 residents in that time. So this place was originally designed for a single family house that was no more than 60 people. So we are just expecting 10 times more than that we planned before. So I think this place will be overcrowding, and the zoning fears is also there. So altogether 435 and 421, I guessing we are welcoming 700 plus residents in the same place at a same time. So this is my concern, and this sudden population surge brings serious concern about the infrastructure, traffic, safety, noise, and loss of community contact. So I have another community response, and I saw there is a lack of transparency also, like from the developers' claim from the PSC meeting, we saw that they went to people's house and they asked if they're concerned, but they didn't show up with the names or addresses. So despite the limited time after the PSC meeting, we made an effort. Me and my friend, Mr. Gabriel, he works hard for this also. So we went to door and speak to the neighbors. No one was supporting this kind of project in the neighborhood, because everyone know the consequences from the 435. They have now know what those will be. So I have the document with you now. So I couldn't get like everyone, because for the time, everyone might not be at home. So I got only 44 within that short time. So my question is, like, in that few days, we gathered more than 45 people who are opposing for the rezoning. So this clearly shows the widespread community disagreement with the proposal. I mean, they might not be here, but their heart is here for no. Okay, so we are submitting this list to the council today as evidence of community opposition. And there is another thing, the DMSC letter. So there was a poor communication from the project manager, DMSC. We have received a letter on May 28 for the rezoning. So that the document included 2 identical buildings, level A. So for this, I need to go to the, if you see the letter, if you see the picture, they are showing like building A and building A. So this is like, so I emailed them and asked them, and so there is no email replied. And there was also a number 3 appeared at the bottom of the second page with no context of explanation. The letter lacked professionalism and clarity. So I emailed them, and the response is not yet, I didn't see anything. So finally, I need to say that the kind of communication reflects a lack of care and transparency and suggests to a rush to push the project through without proper public engagement or review. So on behalf of myself and concerned resident, I urge the council to take this feedback seriously. We strongly ask you to reject the rezoning application for 421 Woodward Avenue in the interest of our community's well-being. I escaped from an overpopulated place to St. John for an enhanced quality of life, and I want you all to please understand that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here this evening. You have, yeah. Are you leaving the petition with us? Is that, you keep, okay.
We don't want to share it publicly. If you want to verify, you can call them, you can email them, ask them there.
Okay, sounds good.
There's a good number.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, I'll take the next speaker who would like to speak against the proposal, the application for 421 Woodward Avenue. Thank you. Leave that there.
Yeah, this one.
No, not this one.
We can open the whole. Sorry, there's too many open. This one right here. See, you said here.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Safayat Hassan. I live in 432 Woodward Avenue, close to the proposed development site. And with me, I have my neighbor friend, Gabriel Chang. He basically made this presentation and done the critical analysis part. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today about the rezoning proposal for 421 Woodward Avenue, which would allow 2 6-story buildings totaling 170 units. I'm here to represent not just my household, but many concerned neighborhoods on Woodward and Boatside Avenue who will deeply affected with this proposal if approved. Our first concern is noise. This area is flanked by 2 nursing homes, Chateau de Champlain and Kennebec Manor. The noise impact on vulnerable residents is a serious concern. The developers plan to build 2 6-story buildings with underground parking on Milledgeville's hard conglomerate rock. We'll show you this picture later. This will require months, possibly years of rock breaking with noise leveling. I mean, the noise will reach up to 120 to 130 decibels. According to the Harvard Health, even 5 decibel increase in ambient noise is linked to a 34% increase in heart attacks. The residents who are living in the senior homes, seniors, veterans with PTSD, are the residents of the nursing homes, are especially vulnerable to loud and irregular construction noise. This is just not a convenience, it is a health hazard. We already have an ongoing project at 435 Woodward Avenue. Rock breaking starts at 7:30 a.m. in the morning. Well, majority of the heart attack, occurs between 8 to 9 a.m. Another project with the increased noise will be unbearable, and the increased traffic during this time can also delay emergency responses. I have included video and time-stamped evidence showing just how disruptive and constant the noise has been for this community since February 2025. We can all hear that. And it's going on and on. So this is the rock that I wanted to show you. The person in front of the rock who is standing, it's 5'8", and you see the size of the rock. A high-rise building with underground parking isn't necessary if it remains low-rise residential development. The noise could be avoided entirely with responsible planning. Our next concern is traffic and safety. The proposed site is within the school zone of 2 nearby schools. This area sees a high number of children walking, biking, playing, especially before and after school. During construction and post-occupancy, traffic will increase dramatically, especially during peak hours. And you think about when sidewalks are covered by snow and obstructed. There is a blind spot near the proposed entrance of the project, which makes turning dangerous, especially for young pedestrians and cyclists. You can see the blind spot here. I have documented traffic congestion scenarios from May 20th during morning peak hours, 8:03, 8:40, and 8:53 a.m. That shows current strain before construction has even started. You can see all the red lines. Those are all traffics. Adding 170 units more would only worsen the situation. Our next concern is sunlight blockage. Based on shadow calculation and site coordinates, the proposed building would completely block sunlight to nearby homes for 4 months out of the year, all day long. This would have real impact on the residents for physical health, mental health, heating costs, and property value. These are long-established family homes, and this level of light obstruction is unacceptable in a neighborhood which is previously zoned for low-rise housing. And if you want that calculation, we have the copies of the sunlight blockage calculation. We can populate that for your, if you go forward.
Yeah, just want to explain. So my calculation is actually based on the public data. So I will more than welcome the developers to verify my calculation and prove my wrong. Because as one of the affected families, trust me, there's no one more than myself want me to be wrong. I really hope I'm wrong here, and the developer can calculate and say, no, there will be no all-day sun blockage for 4 months in a year. So tonight, like when I return home, I can tell my 5-year daughter that, hey, happy birthday, and I have a really good birthday gift to you. You won't have to live in shadow in the next few years. Thank you.
So in conclusion, to summarize the rezoning proposal for 421, Woodward will lead to excessive and prolonged noise pollution, increased traffic, and serious safety concern, year-round sunlight obstruction for months. Honorable council members, when we plan with care, we build a better future. But when we rush, we risk creating problems that we and our children will be forced to live with for years, even generations. The decisions we're going to make here today will have direct impact on the lives of families of Woodward Avenue and Borsed Road. It will shape our neighborhood, our safety, our peace of mind, and the environment that we will raise our children in. So I request you, from one community member to another, please do not treat this as just another agenda item. Please make this decision with weight it deserves. Let's choose long-term well-being over short-term convenience. Let's protect our homes, the voices, and the future that will be impacted most. That is why, on behalf of our neighborhood, we strongly urge you, please do not approve this rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Councilor Redmond, do you have a quick question? You've got about a minute.
I do, Mayor. Just a quick question on the traffic congestion that you were talking about. Just wondering if you can give me an idea. I just find it interesting. How many cars would have been backed up at a time? Do you know roughly like the maximum amount of cars? Was it 2 cars, 10 cars?
So we have the Google data, like, I mean, the picture that we showed, I mean, it was all red, and I don't know the frequency of the car, but, I mean, when it is, there's a minimum standard for that to be red. That's what I understand.
Yeah, so they're all red, and there's actually dark red, so it's really a jam there.
Yeah, I
But,
guess it does matter how many cars are backed up, how long they're sitting there for. You know, cars can get backed up for short periods of time. It happens. Your area is getting busier, so it's just good information to know with, you know, showing this sort of thing.
I can share my personal experience. So from my driveway to the road, I mean, it takes sometimes 4 to 5 minutes for me to stay and observe. That's because, like, I mean, and I'm sure, like, on those road, all the houses, those who are going for work, has the same experience, because kids are going on the street, those school buses and the cars, they are dropping their kids to the school, right? It's a lot of car.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but you know, with us getting more density, we need to probably expect to have a little bit wait times. But I appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Stewart, have a quick question?
Gentlemen, would you agree that the city needs to grow?
Yeah, we are not against it.
Yeah, we are not really against the build construction at all. We are actually against the rezoning and especially the building that toward the Woodward Avenue.
But this is vacant property, and it's going to be developed at some point in time.
Yes.
We have to have development.
Yes, we're
So-
not against the development at all.
But it's the size and scope
Yes.
of this project
Yes,
that really,
yes.
really
We
offending
totally
you?
understand the city need to grow, there's more people that need a home. It's just the only thing that concern us is actually the size of the building. So if they build like a 3-story building, it's really like close to the Woodward Avenue,
Yeah?
I'm personally, I'm okay with that. I mean, I know like people need a home, but I mean, they kind of sacrifice like by, you know, we want to see only sunlight all day for 4 months. I can't tell my daughter that. I mean, you want to be able to see sun.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for being here this evening.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll take the next speaker who'd like to speak against 421 Woodward Avenue.
That is mine. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we'll get your name and your
I'm
address.
Scott Thompson. I live at 131 Marlin Drive.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I also speak for a group of neighbors that got together to discuss what we thought of this. We believe this property should not be rezoned because some of us have already said it's far too large for the area. Doesn't fit the character of the surrounding area. And most importantly, it ignores the city's own urban design principles.
I'm going to get you to pull that little mic over a bit closer. Perfect.
Okay, sorry. These 6-story structures would tower over the local community, the area. These are the developers' renderings that were in the proposal. Some of the pictures show the building doesn't come up to the trees, or the trees come to the top of the building. I'll show in a little while why that's not true. But this is a developer's rendering of what the building would look like, towering over the trees, towering over even the, on the right are townhouses, or images of townhouses. This is from Woodward Avenue, again, a developer's rendering, and it shows how it would tower over the local neighborhood. And this again shows three stories above the trees. It's not a gradual or gentle transition. This is a sharp and sudden jump in height from the surrounding area. This is the existing development. I thought this was going to be 3-story, but apparently it's only going to be 2-story. If you can imagine this being a 3-story, it would reach the trees. It would probably be just at the tree level. Imagine 3 stories above that. That's huge. This is a 3-story building next to a single-family home. This is just down the street from the proposed development. The 3-story, it's a gentle transition. Imagine that being a 6-story, which is what's proposed for these sites, right next to houses like this. Imagine a 6-story building going in there. That's not a gentle transition with a 6-story. It's a cliff. The city said there's some policies that align with this proposal. We would question that. Policy LU 86 says housing of almost any form and density may be found in the neighborhood. And that may be true, but that doesn't mean you could plot anything down. You might find a variety of housing in the area, but you can't plot anything down in an area and have it transition nicely. They're proposing to plop 2 6-story buildings in an area that doesn't have any high-rise near it. We talk about Brentwood, but it's not near this. There's no gentle transition from this 6-story to Brentwood. This 6-story is not near any other high-rise. So policy LU 87, LU 86 also says, it's more of a process, that both the existing neighborhood context and the compatibility with the municipal plan will determine suitability. So LU 86 doesn't determine suitability, it just tells us that how it should. Policy LU 87 was mentioned by the city. And this is just new and redeveloped land uses are reinforce the predominant community character. And we'll see that over and over again in the policies in the municipal plan. So what is the community character in this part of Milledgeville? This is the map from the municipal plan. You can see the circled area is the proposed development. It's all stable residential. You can see that circle is in the middle of the stable residential. That'll be important later when we talk about more policies from the municipal plan. Here's are some pictures of the buildings that are immediately surrounding the proposed development. We have 3-story buildings. We have townhouses. The 3-story building that's new just down the street on Boar's Head Road. And of course, the nursing home. We have the 2-story, now I believe it's 2-story development right next door. There's nothing anywhere near 6 stories in the area. And the municipal plan says that Woodward Avenue passes through similar settings as University Avenue. True to a certain extent, except that Woodward Avenue has far more single-family dwellings in the area. There are many, many little mini neighborhoods around this new development that are single-family homes. So policy LU 51 recognizes the new housing development of higher density may be appropriate, but subject to some requirements. Subject lands are located on the periphery of low density residential neighborhoods. You saw the map. Nobody would consider this proposed property is in the periphery of this stable residential area. In fact, even on the edge of this, or the periphery of this, you're not even putting 6-story. You put a new 4-story, there's new 5-story. There's not even any 6-story on the periphery of this neighborhood. Just this 2 6-story buildings proposed for the middle of this stable residential development. Policy UD9 has some general design principles. A2, mass to fit harmoniously into the surrounding environment, including appropriate transitions in height and massing. Well, we saw pictures of the surrounding area. There's nothing close to 6 stories. These 6 stories are going to tower over everything around it. It doesn't fit harmoniously. There's no transition in height. Goes from single-family dwellings to 6 stories. 2-story dwellings to 6 stories. Townhouses to 6 stories. There's no transition. It doesn't fit harmoniously. UDJ, paragraph J, ensuring the design is sensitive to the neighborhood. don't have to say much about that. It's just continuing the philosophy that any new development, we're not against new development. We're against development that doesn't fit harmoniously with the neighborhood. Policy UD10 about stable areas. To respect the physical character of the surrounding neighborhood. The height and scale and massing of nearby buildings must be considered. Again, there are no buildings in the area, in the immediate area of this new proposal, that are massive as 2 6-story buildings. Gentle density housing is considered. It's you're considering it in your zoning bylaw reform, and when you're considering housing accelerator fund initiatives. It's initiative 3, unlock gentle density. Gentle density housing increases residential density in a gradual and non-disruptive way. 2 6-story buildings plop down in the middle of low-rise buildings and single-family houses. It's not gradual and non-disruptive. Integrating new housing, respecting existing community aesthetics, and maintain balance between growth and livability. Same comment. 2 6-story buildings plop down in the middle of low-rise. It doesn't do that.
I've got you at just over 8 minutes, but you've got another couple.
Last one. Scale and mass of design proposed building do not fit the context of Milledgeville predominantly low-rise apartment and single-family homes. It's out of scale, it's incompatible with what's there, and more importantly, and because of those two, it doesn't align with your own municipal plan and urban design policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe's got a quick question for you. Councillor Lowe, we're at 8.5 minutes.
I kind of like most of the stuff you said, because you mentioned 6 about 15 times, right? 6-story. I drove around there Sunday and Saturday, and I have a 5 in Milledge Avenue. Everything else is a 4, 3, 2. And
That's correct.
so without putting you on the spot, you definitely don't want 6.
Don't want 6.
And you probably don't want 5. So
Well, the problem is that it's not only, and you can go down to 3, but when they're talking about 3, they're either, and with underground parking, they're either talking about 3 with underground parking, which is months and months of hard rock breaking, or 3 with above ground, which is 4. So it's got to fit. We have 3-story in the area.
Well, I've
3
seen
would
them.
probably fit.
But if you take 2 stories off each building, that's 13 a unit, that's 26 times 2, that's 52. That'd be 52 minus 52 units going off the 2 buildings. Together, 52.
Okay,
That's 4 units, or four stories.
okay.
What would you think of 4 stories?
Well, I'd have to see the height of them. It's
Well,
the height relative to.
picture in your mind, drop 2 stories off
Still
what you're
gonna,
looking
it's still
at.
going to be above the trees, but it'll be an easier transition from the other areas, right? So we have 3-story, transition from 3-story to 4-story, it's more acceptable.
And
Not
that's-
ideal for us. We of course want townhouses and something that will fit more with the single-family home side of that property. But if you do 4, at least it transitions more easily from the 2 to the 4. It's not ideal, but it's
It
better
also
than 6.
eliminates 52 units of cars coming on to the road.
Well, it's because of the size that there are these other concerns, right? It's because of the size and volume of the number of people that are there, because of 2 6-story buildings. Like my other group members spoke to that. You reduce the number, you reduce those concerns.
Okay.
Anyways, I just want to ask you
Sure.
what you
Yeah.
thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, do you have a quick question?
Thank you for your presentation. Very well done and lots of good points that you made. I think it would be worth just reminding the audience that, we've got 3 consistent arguments here between a few different speakers about noise, about gentle density, and all of the different pieces that come with that. If we're going to make a decision on this tonight, we're going to need to have people come up and say, I agree with what's been said. If we have another 7 people go with 10-minute
Sounds good.
presentations, we won't make a decision tonight.
That's one of the reasons why we did the petition.
Yeah, I understand,
Yeah.
but if there's new information, it makes sense to say
Yeah.
it. If there's not, it makes sense to just
And that's another
high-five
reason
it.
why we wanted to do this as a group, so
Yeah.
we wouldn't overwhelm you with the same information, because we all have pretty well the same concerns.
I agree,
So-
and I think
so
that's-
I don't speak for myself, I speak for most of those 44
Right.
people.
Yep. Okay.
Just to save you time, I just
Sounds
want you to
good.
recognize that
Yep.
it's not me speaking, it's our
I-
group.
Understood, thank you.
Thank
It
you.
lessens our impact because it's on one person. So you have to know that I'm speaking for a group.
Thank you for being here tonight. I'll take the next speaker. I'll ask again if there's anyone else who would like to speak against the proposal. I'll ask for the third time if there's anyone here who would like to speak against the proposal. I've got someone online, I guess. Hold on. Maybe they're speaking in favor of it, I don't know. Okay, so there's no one left to speak against the proposal of 421 Woodward Avenue. I'm going to ask for people who would like to speak in favor of the application for 421 Woodward Avenue. Come down and give us your name and address, please.
Andrew Toole, Donmore Surveys and Engineering.
Andrew Toole, what was the next part?
Donmore Surveys and Engineering.
Oh, Donmore Surveys, yeah. Thank you.
I think it's a PDF. Thank you. Good evening, thank you. So I have a brief presentation that just had some slides in case we needed them. We heard residents with their concerns. We heard it at PAC. We went and talked to them a fair bit in between. I think we can boil it down to it's all about height. There's some talk about paths and playgrounds. We're committed to making a path, and we said this at PAC, we're committed to making a pedestrian connection to Woodward Avenue that would allow students to get to school. There was talk about sidewalks, and there's a little bit of this whole story of we need the density to get the infrastructure spending to help with sidewalks and stuff. If we don't, like, it's a chicken and egg thing. Building height, one thing that you will see in this is they have committed to, on the back building, one closest to Woodward, that the building actually steps down. So it's 6 stories on the Boar's Head Road side, 5 stories on Woodward Avenue. So because it's all about height. This is a very challenging site. Every one in Milledgeville is challenging. It's all rock. We did put a lot of thought in where the buildings go. We saw a picture of this big rock knob out front. That rock knob's staying. We purposely put the access. We set the front building back to get around that. We're working with the ground. We heard a lot about noise. We're working with the site. Like, the entire parking area is being raised up above what's there so that we're not breaking for months and months and months. The buildings sit naturally in the areas where they're supposed to sit, so they fit the site to help with the site. These are a couple of elevation views, and this would show that step down in the back a little bit to help with the height. This is a view from Boar's Head Road. This is probably the one that matters. We get around to Woodward. This is looking where that piece of the property comes out to Woodward. That's looking in through there. And you can see there's actually a strip of about 15 meters of trees that are remaining. These are existing trees, and they're modeled off existing trees. So there's actually trees that are higher than our building today. This is a view, a rendering of standing in the parking lot. Again, we're back at Woodward, further around Woodward, looking at the building. This is just another view looking down Woodward. This is a Google Earth view, so you actually get the real buildings with the building modeled in the background. This is a profile that actually shows the buildings relative to the vegetation and the buildings on Boar's Head Road and the other side, Woodward Avenue. And so unquestionably, these are tall buildings, but we are spatially separated from the buildings. You can see a bit of a red line. I think it shows up there. That's the property line, but you can see that we're actually 45 meters from the closest building. We're 15 meters from the property line. This is a shadow study that was done. This is June 1st, so this is, a couple more weeks. This is the sun's high, 2 o'clock. Then the next one shows the site without building B. So that's the building closest to Woodward, the one that's causing the concern. And you can see the shadow, where the shadows fall. And this is the difference when we add the building. So going back, you can see that there's some shadow, but it's not that different than the trees that are there now. This is December 22nd. Should be 21st at 2 p.m. This just reiterates the fact that we're committed to the pedestrian connection. And we don't have all the details. This kind of came up at PAC kind of out of the blue, but what our intention would be is we will go to MB Housing. They're a little bit hard to deal with, but we're going to go talk to them about, is there a possibility to join with them to go across their property? That's the more logical flow for students, so that they're not going to make their own cut through the woods. If not, we'll go across our own property, but we want a trail that will link this to Woodward Avenue, to a crosswalk that works for people. We're also committed to working with leisure services. There's a lot of talk about playgrounds. And we have, because we're doing a subdivision, we have cash and lieu fees somewhere. We're going to raise the conversation, but is there something we can do with them to do something to help the community? Don't know where that'll go, but it's one of the things they're committed to doing. So finally, back to, this is what it would look like. This is so the developers, and they'll say something, they're from BC. They're a group of, one's an architect, one's an engineer, another's been in construction, building, the general contractor for years and years and years. They're a group, this is the retirement project. They're building this for themselves to keep. So the architect, his group's called Eco Design. He's done these building on rock in BC, and he shows me examples of floors that are like this to match rock and save breaking. Like, this is what they do. So I hope that helps sell that this is a real project. This is, and they're willing to step that back down one story to try and help. And if there's any questions, I'll gladly help.
Yeah, there are a couple questions. Well, I have one. What about the underground parking? Is there an underground parking component?
There's two natural holes in the site. Parking will sit in that. We're going to break some rock to get down a little bit, and then we build up around it to bring it up to grade.
So how many spots will you have then? It looks like you have a significant amount of spots there just between the two buildings.
There definitely is. So their target's 1.8 parking ratio, which, so.
Just cover that. Yep, okay. Councillor Ogden, you have a question. Go ahead.
Yeah. Whether you build 6 or 3, you're not going to break up that big rock, right? That you showed at the first?
That would put the project right on hold. We'd be breaking for months.
Well, I was
So
going to
no
say,
matter what, we're going around
I don't know where you were coming from when you even thought about that, like the cost of that and such. But if you were to go to 3 stories and you don't need as much parking, then you don't need to build underground parking, which is more rock. So, like, these guys are from BC. They're probably not going to live in the neighborhood, but we're talking to people who want to live in that neighborhood. And so I don't understand why you would go more than 3 if it's about underground parking, when you have enough parking out front and you know that the community, that this doesn't fit in the profile of the community, which they have a right to. So that's what I don't understand. You seem to have lots of parking, and I don't see any need to break all that rock. So it's like, have these people been around in the neighborhood? The people from BC, did they come here and talk to the people who live in the neighborhood?
They're going to speak next. They were here all weekend. They know what this is.
All weekend, but did they go around and talk to the people in the neighborhood?
So let's just back up to the first thing you said about, if we go to 3 stories, we don't need to break the rock. We still need to break the rock. We're taking the stories off the top, not the bottom. We still need to make a pad to set a building on. When you have a site that looks like this, we're going to take the humps off it. That's tick, tick, tick for days and days.
Okay, so it's just a slab you're putting in.
Well, every building becomes flat, right? The footing's going to go at a certain elevation. We got to get rid of we got to get the trenches in for the services.
Okay.
We got to get a road in. We got to
Yeah.
get.
But did these
foundation
people
in.
from British Columbia who spent a weekend here, did they go around to talk to everybody in the neighborhood?
I'm not sure they talked to everyone in the neighborhood. They were here. They've been here several times before this as well.
But,
They didn't
but
just
you're not
randomly
answering my
get to the
question,
property.
sir. Did they talk to the people in the neighborhood?
They've talked to some of them, but definitely not all the people that are here today.
Okay, I would have suggested that would have been a good move on your part.
So we did that. We were the consultants. We were out pounding on doors.
You talked to everybody? Why are they all shaking their heads?
So before we ever made this application,
Right.
I have a guy that works for me, Isaiah, and not to throw him under the bus, it was a miscommunication between us. So he went
So
out
you
and
didn't
knocked
do
on-
what you said you did.
Counselor,
out-
would you please
so-
let our guest speak?
So the direction
I'm going to get to
from
the
me-
truth, Mayor.
Well,
So
let
the
him
direction
speak.
from me was to go talk to all the neighborhoods that were within 100 meters. We
Right.
went to Boar's Head Road and talked to everyone, assuming that's where the entrance was.
Yeah.
And I heard he talked to everyone within 100 meters. So I'm sitting here thinking, okay, they've all been notified. No one was concerned,
Yeah.
right? And then we came to PAC, and then we realized he didn't talk to anyone at Woodward. So
Okay.
since then, we have nonstop talked to them. So no, that's on me, unquestionable. I thought they were. Unfortunately, like, I can't turn back the clock and fix it. But I agree, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Radwan, you had a question?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Through you to our guest here, I just wanted to ask, are the developers planning on coming to manage the buildings after they're built?
I would let them answer
Okay.
this, like,
Okay, well, I can do that. Yep, thanks.
Okay, that looks like that's it for questions for you. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Appreciate you being here this evening. Okay, I'm going to ask for, if there's anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the application for 421 Woodward Avenue?
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. My name is Amit Mandirata. Sorry. As Andrew said, we live in BC. And yeah, it sounds like, we're coming from outside, like a big group or something. But we've been coming here for past couple of years now. And we did buy a small house in Northumberland. And we just love we've been coming here like a couple of times. So we do love the place, and we do see between me and my wife and my brother here, we do see, answering your question, that we would one day would love to come and settle down here as a retirement. First of all, you don't get those 11 months of rain that you get in BC. But that was what, just about us. I think everybody should know. I'm an architect. My company is called Eco Design Architecture. We do a lot of work with sustainability. So of course that does mean working with with the terrain, basically causing minimum impact on things because of developments. And I've been practicing for 22 years with the same company name, and my master's was in sustainability. So I have always been working on there. So that's a given. This property will be owned by our family and a friend of ours. So my second partner is my brother. He's a civil engineer. He works with the developer. He has a lot of experience with construction. And another friend who's semi-retired. He has built around the country a bit. So he comes with a lot of experience there as well. So I'm just looking. So hopefully, from the design point of view, when 2024 January, I came here for the first pre-application meeting with the staff here. Of course, we started putting in, like a road from Woodward Avenue. The address is 421 Woodward. We put in a road from Woodward. We put in a road from, an access from Boar's Head, and we put buildings of different scales, like a 5-story, a 6-story, and small like garden homes. But then when we came here, we talked to our engineers here. We talked to some builders with the experience of rock. We quickly realized that this rock is not normal rock, and it's a very very big constraint. And coming from BC, where the environmental laws are very very strict, we just cannot go and blast or break rocks very easily, and cannot remove trees very easily. It's a big thing there. So we're used to working with the rocks, with the slopes. I've designed buildings in which, the hallway is sloping up. So my first intent, and we took about 8 months just to come to a layout. It was not just plonked. By carefully studying the levels, the grades. So the idea of the first building was always to put it, instead of breaking the rock, because that's it is a big cost and a big nuisance, and just doesn't come in my grain to break. So our idea, first attempt was, I think they had to work like 4 or 5 revisions because of that.
simply because it was always like, let's reduce rock. We did calculations of the rock at least 3 times, like involving a quantity survey just to find out, just to reduce. First calculation was like astronomical. I was like, this is just not happening. So we started putting a building on top of a rock and building alongside. And then, of course, it's easier to fill. So that's why we filled in the parking area. Then we filled it. And then the other building, you know, which has the parkade, which is building B, which is the one we're stepping back, has a very big, like, low level down. So that area, because it's sloping down, so we're using that area for parking so that we don't have to break rock. So that, I mean, we've really considered there because it just comes naturally for us. And what we did also was to pull in the building as much as possible. It's not the zoning bylaw, 6 meters, or, I mean, with the incremental, it's a bit more. I don't remember from top of my mind right now, but from the Woodward Avenue, it's about 140 feet away, our first building. So we've literally really tried to pull in as much as possible away from people. Another thing we did was, once we started designing, we realized that, Woodward Avenue has a very different character. So we've had our, vehicular entrance from Boar's Head. And we just have a little pedestrian exit, or we'll have to work out a pedestrian exit to the Woodward side. So, and then we actually, if you look at the plan, we've subdivided into 3 lots. So the lot on the Woodward side, we're not even asking for a rezoning for that, so that the character from the Woodward side stays. It's very easy for us to, come and say, plonk 2 buildings, make the whole thing RM zoning. But we do realize that. So after the pack, I'm very sorry, my idea was to come back and talk to people here, but just things really happened with my personal life. I could not come, so Andrew presented. So, I mean, so we heard that, and we talked to Andrew, and we pulled back the top floor. We're losing about 6 to 8 units, I don't know exactly. So we're pulling back the top floor from the Woodward side. Even if, we put in, I mean, I myself put in on the Google Earth, and, I don't know what those images are. I'm not very good with the computer. So I myself put it on the Google Earth, and tried to see how bad it is. We do understand, I mean, I do rezonings in BC. We do understand this problem everywhere. So we are trying our best somehow to have minimal impact. Now, regarding, I touched the topic of when we started putting smaller buildings, and I didn't continue. When we started putting smaller buildings, after the rock situation, the automatic thing was to reduce the footprint of the buildings. So we reduced the footprint. And to make it economically feasible, you have to, the building rose. So that was the whole intent, to reduce the footprint as much as possible. So, I mean, we can go 4-story. We have to increase the footprint. It's a volume, it goes this way to make it economically feasible. Nowadays, we are doing in BC, I mean, 6-story is becoming the norm. I don't see any building which is I know this is not BC. I'm not trying to come in and bring BC here, but simply because of the building codes, national building codes, we all follow the same codes. BC is a little bit more strict, but not for fire. So national building codes also with the, after 4 stories, as soon as we start going 4 stories, you put in elevators, you put in sprinklers. You can do without sprinklers, but it's more difficult. You've got to put in sprinklers. The cost rises so much that you have to go for 6. So, I mean, we did consider 5 in a lot of times, trying to expand. I mean, if one of the iterations of the design actually, because it was going this way, it was going into the knob in the front, and it was trying to break a lot of the rock. So we were like, this doesn't work. So we had to push it back again. So we've been doing a lot of iterations. We're ready to work with ideas with the neighbors. This site has a limitation, has a physical limitation, has a financial constraint. That's why probably it's not been done, it's not developed. And concerning us, we are here to say, honestly speaking, we would love to come and stay here one day. I mean, this is not.
I've just got a couple of minutes left here. I was just wondering if there's anybody, does anyone have any questions?
I don't know, I mean, I'm missing anything, but yeah.
Councillor Radwan, I'm going to you first.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm mostly wondering about timeline, and I'm wondering if you're going to manage the properties, like as soon as they're done.
The timeline what we are planning to do is, it's in two phases. So the one facing Woodward would be done the first. We are not a big group with a lot of finances, so it's going to take some time to, even think about the second one. So the second phase on the Woodward side is going to be second phase. Phase one, the Boar's side we do plan to start probably, hopefully next year. As things go, I mean, if, financing, because we'll be going for CMHC financing as well on that. So, that takes time.
But I'm kind of thinking more of like, how long will it take to do one building? I am wondering about chipping away at that rock. Is that going to, do you have any idea how long this is going to take?
I have my personal intent is to chip away the minimum rock. I mean, Andrew can talk more about the difference between the two sites. I personally feel that we, as a group, are getting the bad reputation because of that side, where what they did was, I mean, I was there today. They went down at least 5-6 meters. I don't know the exact height. They went down. They broke the whole damn thing. We are doing the other side. We are trying to build, not break rocks. Sorry, I didn't answer your question. Yeah, I mean, we are trying to do minimum rock. We think it's going to be like an 18-month project.
And 18 months of chipping
Not
away.
rock breaking, of
not
course
rock
not.
breaking.
The complete, handover.
Yeah, I'm specifically really wondering about the rock breaking.
Yeah, minimum.
So I don't know if this helps, but so far,
Yeah.
all their communication has been with QM, and they may not be the contractor, but it would be someone like that. What they've indicated is this is a great winter project. They land several breakers, do it fast, make a pad, get out. That's their intention.
Okay.
And I know there's lots of other contractors around that pick away and, they
I
got one
mean-
breaker and they sit it there for a year.
Milledgeville, of course, has the one beside you. And then there was one on Daniel Avenue that was a nightmare as well. So this is part of the challenge.
Growth. Councillor Lowe, I guess you're up next.
Yeah. Do you need 165 units to make this thing work financially?
We have really worked on the numbers, like with lots of iterations. We're putting in a lot of our, whatever our finance. We're going to be raising like very small, like 30%, and to give them back like even 10% returns. We do need those numbers. My brother and the builder, they're very good with numbers. I am drawing person. So we've looked at it, and it's very difficult to do with lesser numbers. So that was the whole challenge. That's why it's taken 1.5 years to reach here today.
Did you already buy it?
Yeah.
Is it bought and paid for?
23.
Good. So if, as you can tell, everybody worries about the heights, right? Can you make it longer in each end, maybe a little bit, to keep some close to the 160 units? Is that possible?
We'll have to
Yes.
grow horizontally.
Can you do
and
that?
If we grow horizontally, we'll have to start breaking more rock.
Breaking more rock.
That's why the whole idea was to
But we
reduce it.
can't have both. I mean,
Exactly.
when people complain, no matter what happens, rock's going to get broken, especially in this city, no matter where you build. But if you can extend on both ends and keep close to the 160 units, because you're doing roughly 1,300 a floor the way it is now, 13 units
13
a floor,
units a
give or
floor,
take.
you're right. Absolutely.
Then if you extended both ends and stayed at four levels,
Problem with 4 levels is that the buildings don't make economic sense anymore because of the building codes now. I can tell you from I've done at least 20 to 30 designs. It's becoming very difficult with the new building codes. It's becoming very difficult. Now structural codes are different, seismic codes are very different. It becomes very difficult to design with 4 stories now. It's how it is. We've been working with it.
What?
It's not because I'm,
No.
I love four
Yeah.
stories. I mean,
Sure.
I love six, but
Yeah.
I mean, I would love one, of course, in an ideal world.
If you could, yeah, make it
But
work.
that's how it is right now.
Right.
And it's my professional experience from
Yeah.
all over my.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you. And I'll ask if there's anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the project.
Thank you.
Good evening. I would just like to highlight one feature which somebody pointed out just now, that all of a sudden, in our neighborhood, we'll have 170 houses, 300 people. So it's not that we are going to build both the phases together. What we can commit based on what your requirement are, we can build one, start building one, and put a gap between start of two buildings, let's say 2 to 3 years. That way, things can be easily absorbed, the number of houses and the facilities.
Yeah.
The city can probably plan all those things. I just had to add this thing.
Okay, I'm going to get your name, which I forgot to ask you.
I'm Rajat.
Okay, Roger. What was your last name?
Rajat Mendirata. I'm his brother. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions for? Okay, no, I think we're good there. Okay. All right, do we have anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the project? I'll ask again if there's anyone who would like to speak in favor of the project. And I'll ask for the third time if there's anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the project. Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing and I'm going to ask my team if anyone has any questions for staff. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I think the concerns of the residents are warranted, for certain. However, I have to say, sitting around this table for 4 and a bit years, I don't think we've encountered very many developers who are as well prepared and organized and trying to be responsive. It's very rare that you see that. That's a gift, so thank you for being responsive to that. The option for a delay, I don't think will appease the residents. It doesn't sound like that's the problem. However, my question's for the city. We have not defined gentle density. Gentle density is an arbitrary, I mean, if I just came from Ottawa and I can tell you what gentle density looks like there, and it would shock a lot of people here if they saw what the average in Ottawa is, going up around even some far out places. So we haven't defined that. These policies are very easily quotable and incredibly ambiguous with no sort of international guidelines or definitions. So that is a failure of ours, and I feel like we could hammer a definition out for that, but we can't do it tonight. What is the city prepared to do to meet this growing community with multiple developments happening to increase the service levels around a number of things? And I know this is going to be a difficult one for you in isolation, so anybody wants to chime in on that. But I have to know, in a community like this, which has already experienced a fair bit of growth, and I agree, it is at a point that is concerning. If we don't have a plan for service level increases, like those sidewalks, it can't just be up to the developer to throw a path through, right? That's a significant problem that we need to address.
Okay, well, I'll get.
But we don't
Ava-
have one that I
Yeah.
can tell.
I'll get Ava to start on it and I'll get the commissioner to finish on it.
So I will just add to that this is an issue, kind of I think it was quoted at PAC, the chicken and the egg. What comes first? We can't really build up the services if there's no demand. So we do have to see some of this pressure from new development before we can relook at projects. I will say one of the projects I do know that it's happening is traffic. Did do the traffic improvements, they did a traffic impact statement that our traffic team did analyze before this application became before you. And due to other capital projects in the area that are going to alleviate traffic issues, they had no issue with this project. Those are upcoming projects that are going to help with traffic issues and sidewalks and all of that. So maybe I can turn that over to people more qualified to speak about it, but.
Commissioner?
To reflect my question, I'm not as concerned about that because I know the projects you're talking about. But I am concerned about crosswalks. I am concerned about connection. I am concerned about pedestrians. I mean, there is development happening very adjacent to this. We don't really seem to have a plan in place for what more pressure would equate to for service delivery. is
So more
what I'm
pressure
suggesting.
through your worship to the councillor, more pressure can equate to better park spaces, more improvements to park spaces. The school board, of course, is separate. We can't determine that. For sidewalks, I can't speak to it, but from what it sounds like from our comments from our infrastructure team is that the one side of the road was unsuitable for it. There is a crosswalk involved in this application that would connect this one to the Boar's Head Road sidewalk, which is a nice sidewalk with I believe, a unbarricaded bike lane that connects to the wider network. So there are some of those in the area, but maybe I can, again, turn that over.
Commissioner, we'll go over to you.
Thank you. Through your worship, and I mean, Yeva, you did a great job of explaining. I mean, it's as density increases in a neighborhood, it's important for us to monitor where its service gaps are. And I think in this case, traffic is addressed, and the developer has committed to pursuing some pedestrian connections. We have included a Section 59 condition around crosswalk to get over to the sidewalk portion of Boar's Head. I mean, Boar's Head is a great example of where we did increase the service level there. There was a quite a large piece of sidewalk that wasn't connected. And with increased demand and density in the area, was it last year or the year before, we extended the sidewalk. So as density increases, we review the gaps and then we build that into service enhancements where possible. With respect to your gentle density question, it is a great question, and it's one that we've struggled with the Housing Accelerator program. Gentle density in most parts of the country is up to 6 stories. And the missing middle, up to 6 stories. So when we're thinking about our Housing Accelerator and grants, missing middle, and gentle density, generally, we're looking at up to 4 stories, which would be the missing middle.
I've always understood the missing middle to be 3 plexes, 4 plexes, 5 plexes. This is the first I've ever heard anybody quote, 100 plus units of being a missing middle.
I didn't say 100 plus units, I said up to 4 stories. So that's some of the discussions we've had around the Housing Accelerator grants and different opportunities through that program. But you're right, though, gentle density in many portions of the country is up to 6 stories. And this is something that we're going to grapple with. And with our zoning reform that was just approved earlier this year, we are looking at, and in that zoning reform, we're looking at increasing density beyond what we are used to seeing in our neighborhoods. A single unit dwelling, we can have up to 4 units. That would have been unheard of 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 10 years ago. Things are changing. And with the zoning reform as well, we're looking at, or was approved, 2 stories higher than what we previously would have approved. So a 4-unit can, or 4-story can be 4 or 6 stories. It's changing. We've made, great progress with a bold move with the zoning reform. And here is an example of where the rubber hits the road, so to speak, if we're open to this type of increasing as our zoning reform.
If I may add a comment to that about gentle density and gentle increase. I know a jump from 3 stories to 6 feels very, very tall when you're next to it, but that is the gentle density increase we were missing for a long time because our low rise went to 3 stories and then our mid rise went to 4, and then from mid rise we went to high rise, which was Brentwood Towers, 16 stories.
Yeah.
And so when we did that increase to 6 stories, it was to not see a single story step up every time there's development, but to see kind of that missing mid-rise development that for a long time was 3 to 4 stories in the city that didn't match the rest of Canada.
Okay, thank you. I want to get Commissioner Hugenholtz to chat about recreation in the area.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And when we look at that area, I guess there are the schools that are nearby there that have recreational amenities, both in terms of fields. There are some playgrounds as well. And I would point out that just last year we undertook some public consultation in the M. Gerald Teed area. That's within 500 meters of the subject site, and we did look at improvements there, which we're planning for our 5-year capital plan. And we just need to work with the district to get the green light on that, and there'll be some additional amenities for the neighborhood there.
Thank you. I'll just mention that we just sent a letter in support of Sam Desham, and they want to renew their playground as well. Councillor Radwan, you've got a question?
I do have a question, Mayor, but I just wanted to clarify first to help add on to Commissioner Papenross, just for residents' sake. The sidewalk that we did was a $600,000 project last year, and we had residents like Debbie McCormick who advocated for 20 years to get that sidewalk extension. And it was only because of density in the area that there's a business case to do that. So this is what happens sometimes when neighborhoods grow. But Eva, do we have any idea how tall are those trees? I know they're mature. I grew up around, I went to Emerald Teed. I know they're mature, but how tall are they?
I mean, I didn't personally measure the trees,
Roughly.
but
Well,
I would defer to
rough
Andrew
idea.
Toole, who did say that many of them are quite tall. When you drive past, there is also that, as I said, that topography where it kind of goes up on either side and dips in the rock. So the trees are bumped up quite high.
I find it hard to believe that they're more than 14 meters though. Like that's a lot. I don't think
Again,
so.
I didn't personally measure the trees, and I'm having
No,
I'm
I get
blanking on
that.
how tall they
No,
are.
I thought you might have an idea, but anyway, are we going to comments too, Mayor?
Yeah,
'Cause
go ahead, go to
might as
comments. I
well
think
do it.
I don't see any more questions here.
You know, first of all, thank you for thinking out this so well. I really appreciate that. Obviously, we need housing, but we also need to make sure that what changes are happening to neighborhoods are well thought out changes, because these are going to be there for a very long time. One thing that's very appealing to me that council, we have been really needing and not getting from developers are 3-bedroom units. And there's 24 listed in this, and that's a huge, big win for me. The other thing that I'll say is, like, I did play in the forest back there. I did play behind Emerald Teed. I know the area like the back of my hand. And I will respectfully disagree with residents that, you know, the Brentwood Towers is 15 stories, and right beside it on both sides of it are townhouses. You've got townhouses on Black Street. You've got townhouses on, well, not townhouses on Black Street, on Wasson Court. You've got single-family homes. Some of them have granny suites on Black Street. Woodhaven, you have townhouses there, and then you have single-unit dwellings. The other thing that I want to say is, like, I wouldn't want to see you spread this out because you're going to be closer to homes. And I think that's kind of what you were trying to say, is that you don't want to do that. And I respect that. I do worry about rock chipping away. I mean, you know, the sooner the better. Like, you know, if you can do it quickly, that would be better for me. But you do have 15 stories there. I wouldn't call this gentle density, sure, but you have 15 stories here, 2 stories here, single unit dwellings there. I mean, you know, I used to babysit in Wasson Court, and Brentwood Towers never bothered anybody, right? Like, we were used to it. So, you know, I think that this has been well thought out. I don't think the trees are going to be towering over the development. I don't think so, but I think they're quite high, and hopefully you don't cut too much. Like, that's kind of my wish, because I like green space, and I do hope that you will consider investing more in, you know, in the trails and such, because that is a real win, and it's probably going to be better for your building, and you managing it would be better for the neighborhood. So I'm going to vote in favor, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll throw my 2 cents in with all of this, and I do appreciate the developers being here this evening, and I appreciate the thoughtful design of the building as far as how do you work around the landscape that's there, the topography that's there, the rock that's there. How do you make it work? How do you not? I'm with Councillor Radwan. I would rather see it go up. Cities are designed to grow up, and that's what we haven't done in St. John. And so that's the way every city grows, is up, and it's the right way to grow. The last thing you want to do is create more and more, take up more and more of your land. You want to go up. So I'm supportive of the project. Like I said, I do appreciate you coming. I like the thoughtful design of it. And we did our own zoning to say that we would go from 4 up to 6. So I would be supportive of the project. I'd like to see it go. I think we need some great projects in the city, and I think this is one of them. Councillor Sullivan, over to you.
Thanks, Your Worship. I would make a horrible architect.
Thank you,
That's
thank
quite
you
a
for
statement.
being here. I'm really struggling, and it's only because of past experience with very good-looking buildings sitting next to single-story buildings. And so I know a lot of explanation about the topography, and it's going to be sitting in the dips, and I really appreciate the slope on the back one. So, and in my head, I just keep thinking, and this isn't your fault, but that new building on Daniel and Millage Avenue that's 4 stories sitting next to single stories, I think is big. And I think, what if there were 2 more stories on top of that? And I know this is different because there are trees around, and I love everything that you've said, and I appreciate that you're here talking about it and that you care about how you look. But I can't get past thinking if that other building was 6 stories, like and it's a well-designed building. It looks nice, but it just looks really big and not fitting with the neighborhood. I'm going to vote against just because sheer size, and I've been consistent on that with other projects in the city over the last little bit. But if it does go through, I beg you as the designers and being very personally attached to this and being in the neighborhood, use all your architectural magic to make it fit and not look like it's lording over the neighborhood.
So I need a minute, mic on. Counselor Stewart?
Thank you, Your Worship. Guys, I would echo Councillor Sullivan's comments there. I've been pretty consistent on this as well on my term on council. When I drive around a neighborhood and I get a gut feeling of what fits and what doesn't fit, and I got a sense that this would just be too much in that area. It just needs to be, let's sum it up, it needs to be 4 stories. And if you need to go wider on that, I would be okay with the wider footprint. Yes, it's more rock crushing. Yes, it's more, you got to go back to the drawing board, but you can make it work. Maybe you can make it work with a few less units. That's up to you guys. But I struggle with the concern of it just being too high, and I've got a couple of buildings now that got built. I voted against them. When I drive by them, I say they're too big. They don't fit, and they're there. So I got to go with my gut on this one.
Counselor Lowe?
Yeah, I'm the same way too. I'm just talking 2 stories, but I would like to see the opposite of what the mayor said. I'd like you to expand on both ends of those buildings, right? I don't want to lose you here in St. John. I want you to build here. You're probably excellent builders from out west, and I'd love you to stay here. And I like the idea that you own the land, and I'm sure you want to develop it, right? And I'm not saying this isn't going to pass, but if for some reason it doesn't, I'd love you to let the gentleman behind you that redesign it somehow and get close to the same numbers you say you need to make the numbers work, which I know. I build homes. I know what you're talking about. But I just think it's too high in that place. That's all I'm saying, right? If you come down to 4, then and go a little bit on each end, or I don't know. I mean, I'm not an architect either, but I'm sure you can make it work. If it takes a little more hammering, so be life. The city's a city of rock. But I don't want to lose you from here to build. That's the most important thing. Thank you.
Okay. It's the evolution of a neighborhood, in my opinion. It's got to go up. I need a motion. I can't put one out there. You know what mine would be.
I'll move your recommendation.
Okay. Okay. City Clerk?
So just to confirm, you're moving to proceed with first reading by title of the zoning bylaw? Okay.
Okay, and Councillor Rad wants a seconder on that. And I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? What? It's bad.
So it fails.
Motion fails. That's it then, I guess. Yep, motion adjourned there, Counselor.
I move the meeting be adjourned.
You called it, yep.
Shake your hand.